Yes. Love.
Thank you, Sheena. Thank you, Halima. Thank you, Aki, Jasmine, and Isra, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to thank you that you got the boss, a company, a messenger, all completed anything. Waiting for the rain.
Hold it up. the start of the 400 meters men. I don't know how many heats we have, but I see other people walking out of the ballroom now. Hopefully we have many other heats. Yeah, but the women's race was an explosive one. It was one hit, and 3 people were in contention. Shida Lenny, the national record holder for the 400 meters. Halima Nakai, the national 800 meters record holder, and Banura Akiuki. It was an
Banura is transitioning from the 100
to 200.
Seems to be focusing on the 400.
The 400 more, yeah.
This
the bullet.
But it was a good race. I mean, she has opened her season with the 53.22. I know she's going to be disappointed, but for first race, it's quite good.
How about Halima is chasing Shida?
Halima was a 400 because she decided to change to 800, and I think she's realized that she needs that speed. In this heat, I'm supporting the all neon guy. You know, I do hope he doesn't disappoint me, but it looks like he's already out of gas. But you never know, he just might pull through. But it looks like an evenly spread hit. Though lanes 7 and 8 and lane 2 seem to be taking it, but it's 400, so the race is not done until it's done.
Not over until it's over.
Yeah, the lane 3, we don't have the start list, so
we don't really know their names.
And we have a lot of newcomers in, which is good to see, because then that means the sport is growing.
When other field events are going on, I can see the shot put for men. There's javelin for women, and then the long jump for men going on.
And long jump, we've always had a competitive, it's one of actually the most competitive field events, with about 4 or 5 people jumping 7 meters.
Really?
Yes. And every season they seem to change, because you have a 48 and some of the other guys, but again, this athletics every season brings in new people, because we seem to be having 3 heats.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we had a representative on.
And it's quite good to see a Dolly Haron in Uganda over there. Last season he got a very bad injury and he was out the whole year. He's a promising talent. He came the first time, he dropped a 46, and since then everyone has been watching out for him. So this season he seems to be healthy, and can't wait to see what he's going to produce this year. It will be quite exciting to see what he has to produce. Heat 2 all seem to also just have newcomers, the next best thing to come up. And I love to see such things whereby, yes, they may not be very experienced, because we saw like in Heat 1, someone was being shown how to use the blocks. But to me, even if it's time wasting, it's good to see that they're coming out there and they're willing to learn, and with time, definitely they're the next national champions and national representatives.
I wonder what Adoli has in store for us today.
He's also down for the 200 meters, and that should be quite exciting to watch. And I know the 100-meter women, we have Nyamahunge Jacent lining up. She recently got a new management and a new coach. She's actually training with Omunyala's coach. Okay. So is she going to give us something exciting this season? You know, is she going to break that national record, which has been standing for ages? And actually, when we talk about 100-meter national record, we seem to have 2 national records standing. The IAF World Athletics has the 1164, And then the Uganda Athletics Federation recognizes Justin Biker, but it's not recognized the other side because it has no wind reading. And any event 100 to 400 without wind reading does not stand as a national record.
It looks like whoever is given lane 2 has to learn how to use the blocks.
Yes,
I see this
the
guy
same thing here.
struggling to use the lane, and the same
literally
problem we had
almost,
is literally squatting.
Squatting on the blocks.
You can see him really struggling.
But we also have to feel sorry for some of these athletes because probably they train and they have never seen blocks wherever they train from, and literally when they come here, that's when they get a
chance to use the blocks and things like that. So.
Yes. Did you know there's the medley relay today?
Yes.
Yes, so the medley relay has the 100, the 200, 300 and 400 meters, and I am running the medley.
No. Let's concentrate here. Let's do talking. Let's do yapping. Let's not.
Wait and see. You'll see me there running and probably even winning it. You know.
It's a nice addition to the.
Yes.
Nation. Okay, off we go. The interesting thing here is I like to hear the sound of the
gun.
Not the gun, the tartan.
The tartan, like when people are running on it.
I guess this is where you got the name tartan banners.
Yes. Our club got the name from here. Like we banned the tartan.
This guy has gone.
Yes, definitely.
This guy has gone. I don't know if they'll catch him.
Maybe he's doing a weight Vanik in the Olympics.
Well,
you know, from gun to tape.
From gun to tape.
Yes, but definitely there's no way they're catching him. Unless if he pulls a muscle, he's taking that race. And he seems to still be quite strong. And he looks like a junior athlete, probably one of these who went for the World Secondary Games. You know, we had a representative at the World Secondary Games and they won a couple of medals last year.
The problem we've had also many times is some of these people go to universities and then it just dies there.
But I think that the biggest challenge we have is lack of sponsorship. So when they're in university, they do have the sponsorship from the university. But once they finish university, you have to hustle, get a job. And it's very, very difficult. I mean, I do that. It's very, very difficult to work full-time. And then train. Very, very difficult.
You have to let go of one.
Yes. Not really. You don't have to let go of one, but you just have to have the commitment and the dedication and the passion to actually get up and still go and train after a long day of work. So now, not many people are willing
I
to
guess
do that.
this is the final hit. I see Adoli Haron has been given, is in lane, 4?
Lane 4.
Yes.
He's in lane 4, but then unfortunately, like, he's definitely going to win this. But I don't think he's going to have a superb time because he have like zero competition.
Zero competition. Ah, boy.
Yeah, zero competition.
Boy.
And then this is also the other disappointing thing. A lot of people register and they just don't show up. So they make a start list.
It's a bad vice, and you know, the growth of the sport is a responsibility of everyone. Starting with the athlete, the club, and then finally the federation.
And I believe these are some of the things that delay people in the call room, because then they come to the call room and maybe there's one person in one hit and then they have to pass the hits around.
Yes.
But regardless, it's good to be back on track. I mean, it's also less exciting when the track season starts again.
Yeah. So hopefully within this year we will, if all goes well, hopefully we'll get some support in here. We need to get this from multiple angles. We need more cameras. We need to stream this better, and hopefully by the time we finish the season, somebody somewhere should have listened to our cry and come to our aid.
Yes, like you see the superstar Emma walking in and you never know he might just sponsor one of these events.
Okay, this guy always says stand up, even when they've not gone down really. On your marks.
It's
stand up.
he's psychologically used to that. He knows like when he says, then you have to stand up.
The announcer also keeps saying silence for the start, even when there is total silence in the stadium.
Okay, so literally there was supposed to be 5 hits for the men, and now you can see that 3 hits, and the third hit is almost half empty.
Exactly.
So you can't even know who is who, except if you know the person. So in this hit, I only know Adoli in lane 4. So he literally has no one in lane 5, 6, except for lane 7 and 8. And definitely he's already carved those ones.
He's already carved them.
He's already ahead.
He's literally walking this race.
Exactly. Like he has absolutely no competition. He knows like he's winning the race regardless of what. Whether he jogs it or no matter how he runs, he's winning it. The only person who
unless he chooses to
challenging
unless he chooses to lose it.
Actually, the person in lane 1 has done really well. Really well. But definitely, this is like an easy win for Adoli. And this was the 400 hits where you get the lactic and that was an excellent run from the guy in lane 1.
The guy in lane 1, yeah, he did a good job.
I would have loved to know the name, but then again, can you zoom in the bib? Are you able to see the bib?
Where is he?
He's over there in the pink. Because Opio Dennis registered for this race is not shown
230. Bib 230.
Bib 230 is Gongi Emmanuel from Unity Athletics Club. So that's definitely a newcomer. That's a new kid on the block. So this hit 5 should have had Gongi Emmanuel, Deng Cool Deng, Cool Deng Deng Cool, Adoli Haron, Opio Dennis, Emuru Kokas, Ogen Felix Ouma, Okoth Eliad. I think they should start giving penalties to athletes who register and don't show up. The next time you register, they cancel you out, you don't show up on the start list. I think maybe. And I think some managers even register athletes without their consent, and the athletes are supposed to run, but then they don't know that they're supposed to run. Yes. And then we have some athletes probably who registered and somehow the system didn't pick up their name and they've been refused to run. And
maybe others could have got some other unavoidable issues or something like that. Hopefully. Times. Yes, go in. The wheelchair race,
Yes,
100 meters.
we're having the wheelchair, some of the events for the Paralympians or for para-athletes incorporated in, because every time there's a world championship in athletics,
There's
after a couple of weeks there's the
Paralympic,
event.
yes.
So this gives them an opportunity to compete in an organized event, because since their federation does not really
have much.
are not able to organize
their own
event, so they are
events, so-
incorporated into the national trials.
Which is a good thing, really.
Yes.
It's
And I think this is the first time we're having a wheelchair race here
yes.
after
I
a long
think
time. Well, like maybe
Yes.
3 years ago we had one,
I don't
but
remember.
just at the national championships or Kibwa, just selected events. But here now, if they're being featured permanently on, I think it's really good. But I think it's also, I see a bit mixture of both men and women, but I don't think it really matters at this point.
I think they're
Probably
looking
they'll
for
just take the
times.
times, because then it does. There's no. But also, what I know with the wheelchair racing, they're categorized, and I see different.
Yeah, I can see two. I can see two
There's a
different.
tricycle, and then the other one, I'm not really sure what it's called. But normally, like all of them have the same
Same. Yeah.
equipment for a
So
particular
I
race.
think here they're probably looking for times.
Yes, and probably I think there's only one lady. So that's what you see the challenge that the federation has to organize. If there's only one lady and 3 men showing up, you're not going to book the stadium,
The stadium for the whole-
day. Yet they
It's too
need
expensive.
the stadium. Yeah, so it's quite good to incorporate them in here, and they'll get the ladies' time and the men's time, and see if they've qualified. Then
And
at
I
least
told
they-
you, and the starter said stand up.
I told you, it's ingrained in him. He knows, like when the race doesn't go, he says stand up. So after the wheelchair, we're going to have the 100 meters, men and women.
Men and women.
They're recalling all the men who ran heat. Probably right now some of them are deep in lactic somewhere. They can't even hear what they say. You know what a 400-meter race is?
And I will tell you this, in my opinion, I maintain one thing. The 800 meters is war. Yes, we're yet to see 800 meters, but okay, we'll keep going to the start. Okay.
You know, that race you need to have a lot of power in the hand. It's a very, very tough race. So as you can see, these girls will be faster than her. Because you see she's
The
just
lady is just arriving.
arriving and
Oh
coming.
yes. And she has a
definitely-
totally different bike.
Yes, totally different bike. From the others are racers, especially the winner. That is a competition bike. So then definitely he will have an advantage over this one here. This is the one they normally just use generally for moving around, the one the lady was using. But the guy definitely has a competition bike. So as you can see the difference, there's a very big difference in the two of them.
Yeah. Anyway, but also she's a woman.
Yes, she's a woman, but still, regardless of what the male counterpart was given back, they didn't get anywhere close to the others. Because the others different. It's like somebody running barefoot and someone running in spikes.
For 400 meters, please
So we still have another
hit.
and this is for the blind, I think. Is it? Or is it? No, it's for the para. I saw someone as if have a guide. Because I see someone is being laid. The one in lane 1, there. Lane 2, there. He seems not to have sight.
Well, that is tough, huh?
Yes, but
It's a very tough.
but normally that should have a guide. They shouldn't run on their own.
Also, Genda ku gate. Genda ku main gate one.
Okay, very brief. Of the season, the 2022 season, I'm very pleased with the performance. Good time for the first race of the season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
for all
Kevin.
your
Thank you for
dedication and
everything.
hard work and everything.
Thank you for your
But
contribution in Uganda athletics.
yeah, and you have to remember that Sheila is national record holder for the
Yes.
400 metres, which she's broken 7 times. National record holder for the 200 metres.
Okay, that's a good race. That's an excellent. So he has to be stopped because he doesn't know that he's finished the race.
Actually, yes.
So, I will be quiet. Other crucial thing is that those records stood for 10 years earlier. That is worth picking up. We're going to talk about the national records. It stood for 10 years because he broke them by Justin's records. So and what station was it? I'm sorry for my ignorance.
We stream online.
You stream online?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. With an email address if possible. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Amanda Medal. What was Amanda says? Agafa gabulijo. Nina muno gundi. Oina uchaje. Nina muno gundi. Ninomo.
You were there with Bobby. Where did she refuse to give us time? Why did she refuse to give us the time?
No, I was up to that. We didn't have time. She refused to give the times. Why? Why?
We took back the other and this alone to pick times. It's like, no, we're not supposed to get times. We shouldn't even have picked the other.
You shouldn't do it?
We're not supposed to get the time.
Why?
I don't know.
Man of peace.
You're going down to Polo. You're going down to Polo. You first tell him to tell us.
James.
Maybe you'll let Mama to sing on you.
Zewanondaba.
So you have the 100 meters.
Wanondaba. Good. Yes. We're good to go.
Hit one. Okay, yeah, the person in lane one is a Paralympian. That explains her running. So a good effort from her. Definitely she couldn't run with the other heat of the men because they would have been too fast for her. But I like seeing when they are running together with the other athletes. I think it also gives them a sense of belonging and I don't know. I would feel, if it's me, I would feel very happy about myself.
But at least you're not segregated again.
Yes, you're not segregated and you're being also recognized for who you are.
Excuse us?
So we have the heat 2 ready to go. I like the flow of this, where one race goes, the next one is already there setting their blocks. At least there's less time less time wasted. And then we have the final hit already coming up as well.
We said today we have Jacent.
Yes, we have Jacent running, but definitely I do not see any competition for her in that heat at all. So that's going to be an easy win for her. But then it's 100 meters. You never know. Something might happen. So it looks like all the women showed up in their hits. So there's supposed to be 3 hits.
And we're having 3 hits.
And we are having 3 hits. So in this hit, we should have a Chen Doreen, a Chiro Brenda, an Adunga Maureen, a Vako Joyce, Cheruto Asha, Sandra Nabire. Yeah, looks like we have everyone there.
Thompson.
I think we have another para athlete in that. But I think then they should have just given them their own kind of hit, I believe, if we had a couple of them. Or is this one stronger than the other? Needs a stronger competition.
You know, the thing is also they're graded differently, so I've never really known very well.
No, they have a way they categorize them.
Yeah.
They, like, for example, what someone explained to me is like for the arms, there are those who are complete amputees. Like the arm is off completely. So someone who is a complete amputee is not in the same category with someone who is half amputee, because the way they do the classification, and even to be a classifier, you have to study for it. You have to apply to the International Paralympic Committee, and you study to be a classifier and know which classifications.
Do we have any qualified classifiers in Uganda?
I would be lying if I say I did, but maybe I'll be the first. You could be the first.
No. I am done with school.
You're done with school? No, but like it's something I have not really been so much interested in, because when you go into the para, then you're really into the para, because they have their events. So you find
it's kind of like everything about them is got to be a bit specialized, no?
Yes, everything about them is specialized because they're special.
Yeah.
I think the starter needed to have not gone stop that race anyway, especially that on the other side, the people were making noise for the long jump. And looks like the gun seems to be sometimes clicking and then sometimes not clicking, which can be quite annoying, especially when you're running. You're already tense. You're
already tense, and you don't need any extra.
You do not need any extra tension, because that can disorganize you. You know. That can really disorganize them.
I remember in the earlier era when you had to get a yellow card before you get a red card for false starts and things like that, and sometimes literally, I remember one back then it wasn't Diamond League, I think it was a Golden League, and the 100 meters women was so tense. We had Marion Jones, we had Zana Pincevic Block, we had, I think, Christine Aaron, France, and it was really tense. Like,
it's like now having Elaine,
very tense.
Shellyan, Jackson.
So like, there was one false start after another until all the 8 had like false started. Now
that was before they changed the rule.
The next was now going to be red card, but eventually off they went. Marion Jones won the race, of course.
But I do like when they changed the rule, like no false start. Because before, when they had that one false start rule, some people knew that if I false start, I am going to set off this one because they're tense enough. So then they would intentionally false start,
Yes.
and they know in the next one this person is going out, and so people are using that to their
advantage.
yes,
you
and
know.
disorganizing the other person. So I like the one no false start at all. One false start, you're out.
You're out.
So you cannot mess psychologically with someone else.
True.
So hopefully this time they get to go. And I think the para athlete shouldn't have been. They should have probably done a cross start, because I know they allowed to. They can do cross starts for the para.
Cross starts, what do you mean?
Crotch start, like a 3-point start, where they just like the way the 800.
Yes.
I know they're allowed to do that.
You don't have to go down.
No. And now it fires. Yeah, that's the most annoying thing. Now it fires. When you want it to fire, it doesn't.
It doesn't fire. Then hey, hello? Yes.
Did I see a
Finally.
false start?
No, you didn't say full start, but the lady who was in one of the middle lanes, I don't know if she's a para or what, but she moved from her lane and came behind the other people, and then
Yep, that was a false start.
full start.
Yep, I saw right, because if you look down, point down, see? Take it down to the start. They're showing a red flag on lane 7. Okay, the person has gone off. Okay, so the ladies, at least most of them have shown up for the event. It's good to see Oroma still there, mixing it with the young girls. The age is just a number. You're never too old to run. That's what I believe.
Yeah, I know you say that to defend your reason for running.
My reason for running is completely personal. It's like it's about me. I'm the one who started running. It's me to stop running when I want to.
Very good, and you'll stop.
Yes, maybe I'll stop. Maybe I'll run for life.
Ladies and gentlemen, listening, watching, thank you for watching. I want to move a vote of fundraising for Mildred's last race on track.
I am not doing my last race on track. There is masters. For your information, there is what they call the master race, and you can run. But I'm running.
That's okay.
You can run up to 65. But the thing is, like here, we do not have a master's race. So the only option you have is to run with everyone else in the trials. So if we have a category where we have masters, then definitely we would run in that category. But as of now, that category is not catered for. So the only choice we have is you have to come and run with everyone else, or you will not run.
No. We will reintroduce, for you, we shall introduce the masters race.
Well, if I want to run, I will run. It is a personal choice. It has nothing to do with you or anybody else telling me I need to stop running. I started running on my own, by my choice.
And we were cheering
I shall
you.
stop
And
running
we were cheering you then.
by my choice.
Even
I do
now
not
it is.
care if you cheer for me or you don't cheer for me. I cheer for myself. I'm my #1 cheerleader.
Ladies
So
and gentlemen,
if you're not cheering for me,
we're
that is
collecting-
absolutely fine.
We're fundraising to
We are not
ensure that
fundraising
we
anything.
have
Thank
a
you.
set of race. We need to make it big.
Talking of
maybe-
fundraising, we are fundraising to keep this live stream on. Now that is something we can talk about for fundraising. I wouldn't mind fundraising for that, but I don't believe. I think we need to stop telling people when to stop running, because they wake up in the morning by themselves and they go and train. The lactic hits them, not you. So, but if they're able to put up with that pain and sacrifice of time and everything, the only thing we can do is to support them in whatever they're doing, not telling them how they need to stop running. I always find that actually quite annoying a lot of the time.
So you're annoyed?
Not yet.
Okay.
But if
So-
I was annoyed, I would have probably slapped your head by now.
Okay, so...
But
we
I
will-
can't, because you're doing the
we will-
video,
we will-
so you might stop the live streaming.
So,
So we don't want our viewers.
Jacinth.
Yes, Jacinth Nyamahonge, I am pretty sure she might even break the national record today.
I don't see the competition to push her to break it.
You know, sometimes we don't need the competition. I mean, Omunyala just ran in Kenya on his own and he ran a 10:04. He was literally like finishing and people were still like
Starting.
10 meters back in 100 meters. That's a big gap. That's a very big gap. You know, so I do believe, like, if you've been training alone, you definitely have the confidence to be, because you know you don't need the others to push you.
You know, her last race here didn't happen because she false started.
I think she came and ran after that. Her start has definitely improved, because she was off right from the start. But you see, Oroma still got it. Still mixing it with the young girls.
Is she registered for only the 100, or she'll make an attempt?
Javelin, she's coming for the 200, and we are going to run the medley liaison.
With who?
So me, I'm running the 100, Javelin is running the 200, Shida is running the 300, and Emil is doing the 400. Should be a fun event, just for laughs.
But I think I am very happy if we will also do some mixed relays. Huh? I think I find it a lot more fun.
The mixed relays, I think, I don't think the mixed relays are something for now. But you mean the 4x4 mixed relay?
Even if it's 4x1.
Oh, like
nice.
you have women, men,
Two
women,
men, two men,
two men, two women.
Yeah.
I think it's an idea that can definitely be proposed up there.
So by your hand time?
Well, by my hand time, I had 11:73, so probably that might be a 12 from the electronic timing, an early 12. But you could clearly see she won that race from the first step.
Yeah. From the gun, there was no debating about it.
But I can also tell her start has improved, because before her start was very poor. She would remain on the blocks, and you can clearly see there's a big improvement on the start. But I also think what we need to get is the display clock there where somebody finishes,
yes.
and
Finishes
they know what
know
time
what
they have
time they
run.
run, and
Then everyone else, at least you're able to try and guess where you might fall or might not fall.
Actually, the timer works so well. The timer is such a good idea because and especially for long
Lactic
distance.
Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on Room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 57 67 46. Lactic Sports, we deliver.
So then they're just watching, and a lot of them are people don't even know who this for. So we still have a long way to go in our programming general, but I think it's a start. It's a start. We're live streaming. Before, people would just wait for results, and you can't even see any results.
And you'd wait for the newspapers to
Yes, you'd wait for the newspapers to publish to know your times. So I do believe
one step at a time.
we are taking one step at a time, and definitely we
will get there.
We'll get there and hope to be better next time. I think also maybe, well, we do have a lot of changes in the start list, but I think we should just display the start list as is.
And now we're preparing for the 100 meters men. And I don't think the men have all turned up the way they registered. We always say silence for the start, but there's silence in the stadium.
Okay, the men are supposed to have 6 hits.
Well, I still see others walking in.
Yeah?
So perhaps they may be having the 6 hits.
I have not done back there.
1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4.
Okay, there's supposed to be 6 hits for the men.
I see about 3 or 4. With James. Where is number? Yeah.
Quite an even race, actually. Quite an even race.
So I think this time around, you know what we were talking about, that if you make your start list and in a particular hit only 2 or 3 people turn up, so be it.
Yes.
They run. So I can see that is exactly what's happening.
But that didn't happen in the 400.
Yeah. No.
In the 400 women, that didn't happen, and also the men. Yes, for the 100 is happening, and I think this would make the event to flow. If you're 2 people running in the heat, tough. Just run in the heat. Because also what I know is like with the electronic timing system, if you keep changing the and then getting the results also delays. Yes.
Yeah. So I think I would go by your suggestion that of these people need to be penalized. If you register for an event, you don't show up and you don't account for your whereabouts, I think it's very unfair for the organizers.
It is. It is very unfair for the organizers because if for example, like the men 400, say there are 5 heats. Okay, and then only 3 hits show up. When they're making the programming, they make the programming according to that. So there will be like 400 meters is going to take 20 minutes, yet it could have taken 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And other events keep rolling and going. So you're not going to call an athlete into the call room before their time because probably they're following the timing. So yes, it is
extremely unfair.
Yes, it is.
To the event organizers. We need to penalize them.
Because then it becomes a habit. You're like, I'll register and I'll not show up.
I'm not sure.
We definitely know that you can force it.
I'm certain there are people who will say, well, let me just register and see what happens.
But actually, World Athletics,
let me do
like
this, just in case I can make it, I will make it. If I don't make it, fine. No, that attitude is really wrong. Really.
But also, what I know is World Athletics has a penalty. If you show up for an event like 100 meters and you don't show up, if you show up for the next event, you're not allowed to run. So heat 2, I see someone in line.
There's four runners.
Line 2 is Diego Derek from Kyambogo University, and then we have line 4, Mila Tadeo from Kiboga. And then we have someone in lane 6, who is Okiror Andrew from Undeje, and Omoding Dennis from Tororo. So we only have 4 people shown up in this heat, and I'm happy with that. Let them just run like that. I see a Obuto in the background somewhere, or am I seeing badly? For the coming hit. So this is Mila Tadeo. Easily winning that, and a very big variation. And the person in number 4 is running in trainers. This is the same thing we're talking about the wheelchair. Look at the people in spikes, and then you're running in trainers. You're not going to match. You're going to match, however good you are, unless if you're Lane Thompson. You do know she ran in trainers and she ran a 10.9.
I could have done that myself.
But you can't even run a 13 to save your life. If there was a snake here, if they told you you have to run 13 seconds to save your life, that snake would eat you.
No, I wouldn't run away from the snake. I would fight it and beat and kill it.
How? You can't even fight a fly. How are you going to fight a whole snake? A whole snake.
Why should I fight a fly?
Anyway, so moving on to hit 4. We have Ainembaba Gerald, Ekwong Ambrose, Kayonda Arnold, Mugisha Innocent Zaza, Nakutu Ibramovic, Odonkeo Alan, Onyango Derek. And seems like everyone has turned up in this hit. So we have 2 more hits coming up. Yes, I see Obuto in the last hit. There's Isabide Musa, Changwengo, Godfrey, and but also I saw Adomi Pius on the start list for the 200 with Adoli Haron. So I'm looking forward to seeing that race, Adoli Haron and Adomi Pius.
We need the showdowns. I always say this. We need the showdowns.
I don't believe it's only showdowns. I think we need our athletes running back home. I do not understand. I'm actually very happy to see Halima run, because like as a world champion, this is the track that made you. You understand?
Exactly.
You need to come back and run. And so long as we have our top...
We're speaking the same language.
Yes, as long as we have our top athletes coming and running here occasionally, every time, then it inspires other people to come. Like, oh, Halima is running, let's go and watch. And that is how we get spectators.
I remember back then, Kojo he always raised the point, and his point was always targeted towards Kamoga. Because Kamoga is the world and Olympic medalist.
It was a big name,
and but every time we came for national trials in Chambogo, especially because back then Namboole was so elusive to athletics, and
that's why you can't run 13 seconds.
Kojo always
Because you never got to run in Namboole.
He always raised his hand and said, why don't our stars, because back Kamoga was a star, Francis Ogola was a star, and they would just show up and they
stand on the sideline,
flashing their Nike stuff, the glasses and what.
Yeah, like the way I come and flash my Adidas stuff.
Well, you have nothing. That's a Nike. So,
yeah, this is the Ugandan thing that was given to me. I had no choice.
They used to do this, they literally come to show off, I think. So
yes, because
Kojo always said, see, his point was, if I run against Kamoga, he'll beat me, yes.
But you will run a good time.
If Kamoga beats me by 5 meters, it gives me an idea of how much work
I need to put in.
Yes. It gets you there. You get thinking, okay.
No, but leave that alone. I mean,
you see him on TV and you see what he does with you. So if I run with him and I chase him, I know I'm somewhere.
Yes, but there were some junior athletes who ran with Halima. Do you know how much that means to them? Exactly. How much they feel?
Exactly.
I ran with a world champion.
This is someone we see on TV.
Exactly. An icon in Uganda.
This heat is full.
This heat is full, yes. This heat is full, and who is going to take it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
If we were playing cards, we normally call that an open boot.
Yep, and the red card. That's lane 7.
Lane 7, he's gone.
Odonkero Alan from Boston High.
Sorry.
One. We're just talking about the false start rule. So you can imagine now he would have disorganized everyone.
I can still see a red flag being raised against another athlete. You
cannot give 2 red flags. It's impossible to have 2 false starts.
Why?
Because if you we don't have that system, but if you go back to the system, there's somebody who went 100th of a second before. Or there's somebody who twitched before the other person. So you cannot disqualify 2 people at the same time. But I still see him back on lane 7.
Maybe he's running under protest.
No. Yes, you can run under protest, but I also saw a green flag was given. So there's a possibility that there was a technical problem, which coincided with his false start, and he got saved by the technical problem.
Saved by the bell.
That is what they call lucky people. So yes, all of them are back on. All of them are back on.
So it's up to him to...
Well, if he does it again... I think people who false start the second time should just be slapped in the head. That's my belief. And then again...
After being saved by the bell.
After being saved by the bell, if you false start again, like honestly, you should be disqualified even for the next 3 races. Okay, they're all on, quite an even race. Taken by line 6. And that looks like to be Ibrahimovic. I didn't know in Uganda we have names like Ibrahimovic. I thought those are like Eastern European names.
Well, I think he's the son of the Russian guy called Ibrahimovic.
Abraham Ibrahimovic, the Chelsea owner? Well, you never know. Maybe we should find out. He might be able to give us some money to sponsor our event.
But by the look of things, he doesn't look like he's going to Russia.
And we might have cameras everywhere, like every corner, when we are able to show the field events and like literally cameras even. That camera that follows the athletes.
Yes.
So let's maybe talk to him. You never know. Let's be nice to him. Okay, we have 2 more hits to go. 2 more hits to go. That was hit 4, so we have hit 5 and hit 6. So hit 5, we have Bagwa Al-Bashir, Godfrey Agesa, Chitibwa Harona, Musoke, Derek, Ochen Wilfred, Okelo Darius, Owori, Difasi. Man, there are names out there.
Owori who? Mufasa.
Difasi.
I thought it was Mufasa.
Mufasa. If it was Mufasa, I would expect him to be in hit 6, man. Mufasa, you're the king. You're the boss.
I have a friend called King. And at some point, he almost changed his name and said, no. He was calling me King. I am no king. What do I have?
But is a king supposed to have riches? I think that's the belief we have. That as a king, they're supposed to be rich.
No, but him, he has nothing. His problem is I have nothing.
But he has his brains. There's no one who has nothing.
No, he had a lot of praise from people. He had a lot of. There was a lot around him, but it was mainly from. He was riding on his parents until one day he stopped and said no.
But probably to the parents, he was a king.
He left his parents. Said no, let me go and establish my kingdom.
Yes,
and
to
now,
the parents he was a king. And now he's a king?
Oh, now he's a king.
In his kingdom?
Oh, yes.
Where is the kingdom? So we go visit him the next time.
Uganda.
Where?
I think that's is that a para-athlete?
Which lane? Yes.
In lane
1, 2. Lane 1? Yes, looks like a para-athlete. But according to this stat list, Issa Musa should be in this heat. No. Yes, that's a para-athlete. Okello Darius takes that one.
He has a similar running style like...
that's Bashir, yes. Bashir is a para-athlete. He has whatever on the hand, like one hand, like one side, the finger, he has no palm, and then the other one has a slight problem. So he's in Makerere University actually. He's a para-athlete, yes.
And he's run a good race.
Yes, he's actually quite a strong runner. He's quite a strong. He'd qualified for the Africa Paralympics, so something like that. Yes, he's been there for a while. So we have the heat of the men. Issa Musa, former national record holder, versus Obuto Solomon. I think for me that's the rivalry that has always been there. Obuto is excellent to the first 60 meters.
And then
Excellent,
somehow,
60 meters. And I think over the years he's been running 400, so he's gotten stronger. So I think if he still has that bullet start, he might be able to carry on that.
And if he can maintain it, you know?
Yes, yes. Because if Obuto is gone, to get him, you have got to be strong to get him. We can't discredit the others because we don't know what they have been doing. So the first race of the season, let's wait and see what is there. Because I see Ochakachon, Gerald, Changweng, but Changweng is mostly a 400-meter run. I think he's coming down to build that speed. You know, like those days, the 400-meter runners used to think they don't need speed. But if you look at Fred Curley has debunked that. You know, someone whom we know as a 400-meter runner coming and winning an Olympic medal.
But that guy is proven to be something else, huh?
Yes, yes. He's broken the myths of. But I don't think just that one. Even this lady from Bahamas, she has a 10.9 from Mila Wibo. Yes, she has a 10.9 in 100 meters. No, that was last season, before the Olympics. Her personal best is a 10.9 in 100 meters, and she has a 21 in 200.
I always think Mila Wibo is supposed to be the undisputed 200 and 400 meter runner.
I think she would have been, but the Olympic timetable didn't favor her. She applied for it to be to be changed, but they denied her application. So I don't think we'll ever see her do that double, unless when it is able to favor her. That was the gun. No, there's going to be a green card. Surprisingly, I did hear the blank from here, all the way from here.
Rajab did not register to run this time.
No,
That's
I think
one young man I had a lot of hopes on.
I know he's been training, but you see also like depending on the coaches you're working with. Some coaches you only run when you're ready, not just run because there's a run. So I am pretty sure the second or third trial we're going to see a lot more athletes open their season, because the federation is organizing about 9 runs. That's quite a couple of runs for a season. When you see most people tend to run maybe 5 or 6.
Different coaches.
Different coaches, different philosophy.
They're running differently.
Yes. Me personally, I always prefer to open my first race with a relay, not to get banged into a race, because I believe like it.
What season?
My season.
You say you used to want.
I prefer to open my season with a relay.
You used to prefer to open your relay with a season. So
You see, you don't even know what you're talking about. Don't do a tongue twister here. It's not required. It's sad to see some athletes not running, because I do know some athletes wanted to run, but somehow the system didn't pick up their names, and I think that's a glitch that needs to be worked on in future, so that all athletes can be featured to run.
But I think for me, I blame the teams for which they run.
No, actually, this time literally, there's some people sent their names registered, but their names didn't appear on the start list, and there've been a couple of them. But you know, it's a system. Obuto has become calm. Obuto has become calm. Before he would have already jumped. You know, he's matured.
Edge.
It's good to see. Even Issa Musa, the whole of last season, he was injured badly, you know. It's good to see him back on the blocks. And,
I mean, once upon a time, he was the national record holder.
Exactly.
For the 100 meters.
Yes.
So for me,
he's in lane 2. And that disorganizes them, you know. Twice, you can't go. The 100 meters is one of the most tense races.
Oh, finally the gun wakes up.
It's one of the most tense races you can have. You know? They're not.
They didn't go down.
I told you, it's psychologically ingrained in him. Like he you know, when you say start on your marks, you have to tell people stand up. And he's an old man. He's been doing that for years, so it's impossible to take out on him. You just have to get used to it. So to me, this race is for Issa in lane 2 and Obuto in lane 6. That's the one to watch out for. Maybe we might have new kids on the block who might displace them, but basing on what we have, that's what I will go with. That's where I'll put my money at. Hopefully this time they get to go. False start. There was a false start. That is inevitable, because after those 3 failed attempts, nerves are high. Nerves are very high. So definitely somebody's going to hit that guy. I would feel sorry for the person. If it is me, I would give them another chance, because like literally.
Yeah, because
I would give them another chance.
I mean, 3 times we want to run, we can't run.
Nerves are running high.
Really?
Nerves are running very high. But then the second time, then no, you have got to go.
Yes.
And I see that, I think that's Justin Baiga. That's Abel Lucy, the former national record holder for Javelin.
Baiga is here. in the
I
middle.
saw, yes, Baiga is right here. It's good to see them still involved in athletics, either officiating
Or whichever way.
and they're not like out. I love to see that.
Oh.
Just like the way you're here, even if you never given his athletics, but you're giving back, so we are happy.
Oh yes, but there's something we lack in our sprints. But I think if I got a false start, I would apply, or I would ask to run under protest.
But yes, you can.
I would.
But our athletes don't know those rules.
But my question is, how many of them actually sit to watch these Diamond League races?
Very few of them do sit to watch that, or very few of them even read the rule book or know what their rights are. Another false start.
What now?
Yeah, that's bound to happen. The nerves are very high. Very, very high. I hope that wasn't Musa, but it was between line 2, 3, and 4. You know, we need to start doing video replays.
Yeah.
We need to start doing replays.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just need a little more equipment so we can actually do the video replays, and we can show you exactly who has false started, exactly who has done what. So, yeah, I guess our fundraising is on.
Yeah, for the equipment, not for my retirement.
We will hold on for Mildred's retirement race. And we are supposed to have another race this season. No way. Isabile is out.
Yep, he definitely. Gibbs. I clearly saw it as if it was Isabile. That's why I said I hope it's not him.
Oh no.
But I did see that. Definitely the nerves are high because he knows Obutu is there. And I won't be surprised if Obutu goes next. You know, like literally the 3 times nobody did a false start. The participants for the next race are out.
Yes, good to see that. It's good to see that the progression of the races is happening like this. So the next race is the 5,000 meters for the men, and you can already see they're warming up.
Yes, so then that means there's going to be no lagging and dragging. So that's a positive.
Which is a good
So all
thing.
the nagging we did last season is helping.
So now the dragging is being done by the false starting, huh?
The dragging was done by the gun, which has created the false starts. And you have to feel sorry for the athletes who have to pay the price for that. But then again, you have to learn to be calm in all situations. So hopefully this time they get to go. See? And that's like so frustrating. They should probably just call off the rest, get everybody back on, give them 10 minutes, and then they run.
Or push it after the 5,000 meters.
Yes.
And call everyone back.
Yeah, it's quite unfair on them because definitely there's been a technical fault most of the time. Or they should have just let them run under protest, like you said.
Yeah, it makes.
And then they can do a review later.
For me, it makes the race more interesting. But I see no fun in having so many empty lanes.
But also rules are rules. We might make them get used to that, and then when they go for international events,
run under protest.
Yes, running under protest. Yes.
Just okay. Let's help Obutu to register a good time. Keep them there. Keep Isabel there. Let him compete. But Isabel knows whatever happens, he's not being tired. You know?
But I think it is also good for them for preparation for the future to know that, you know what, regardless of wherever you are, if this happens, you still have to keep calm. So there's two sides to both. Though on a personal note, I would let them run, but on a professional note, rules have to be followed.
Well, let's say you can bend the rules a little, but you don't have to break them. Okay.
No.
Let's hope they take off this time.
As you can see, Obutu has like no competition.
It's not obvious.
See? I told you there might be a new kid on the block. I think Obutu over-relaxed. He definitely relaxed here at the end, thinking he'd taken it when he saw no one. So that was won by
Babe 09093.
yeah, Nagobi Alan from Makerere University Athletics Club. And actually, I think even the person in lane 1 also overtook, which was Changwen Geoffrey.
So Obutu could have
Godfrey,
finished third.
From what I saw, he could have finished third. So let me first do a slow replay in my head. So yes, like I told you, you never know. New kids on the block, so
In this era of runners, we don't see a lot of the upsets happening. We had guys that used to come literally unknown, virtually unknown, never heard of, and they would somehow push themselves, because we didn't have these online registration systems. We didn't have these.
you would know your opponent on the day.
On the day, you didn't. There was no such thing as pre-registration. So
Pre-registration, then you have the start
there
list
is
a few days before.
one particular guy. I don't know if you've ever heard of the likes of Mukisa.
Yes, I know Mukisa. We used to train together in Makerere. We call it the Kafaliso days. In fact, big ups to Kabali Dan. I know he's watching from wherever he is. He was one of the Kafaliso days boys. Like Kafaliso days, basically, we used to train Makerere, and then after training, there were those high jump mattresses, and because the training has hit you, everyone would lie there on the Kafaliso. Then we go down to Kikoni and get some chikomando or some lunch, and come back, chill on the Kafaliso and wait for the afternoon session of training. Then people would go home, or those who had lectures would go for their lectures, or those who finished lectures in the morning would just come to the Kafaliso. Those who had lectures in the evening after training, they would go for their lectures, come back in the evening. So it was.
I don't
So
think.
yes, Mugisha, I mean, he was there, Mukisa. He was definitely
So
there.
that generation.
He's now in the US. Though.
Yeah.
Mukisa is now in the US.
So there was one particular day in Chambogo. This guy comes, literally unknown, and he ran. That was the hit had Mukisa, Diego. I think there was.
Diego is also in the US.
There was.
Big ups to. I know they're watching. I know they're following from the live stream.
Yeah.
Hello, Cox. He needs to come and do actually his last race here. He always comes to Uganda. So Mr. Diego Raymond, here's a challenge for you. Diego, Raymond, Ali, and then you have Godwin. All those guys need to come and do their last race.
Last dance.
One last dance. One last run.
There is a video made.
Actually, even Ganzi needs to
Chicago.
come and do that one last run.
Ganzi.
Yes.
We don't want casualties. So back to this race. This guy hit them in the 100 and in the 200. And it was, the 100 was the first, and bam. So he was given lane 8. So now in the middle, the biggest name was Mukisa and Raymond Diego. So Diego says he should call her to come and do commentary. Seems to know things. So Diego. Diego thinks. Diego thought his main competition was Mukisa. So he went with Mukisa, toe to toe, and then he realized, when you're running, you can tell something on the extreme is moving faster than we're doing. So by the time he realized,
By the time you react, it's too late.
he reacted to try and catch up with the other guy. Boy, the guy had crossed. Who is this guy? And then he disappears and waits for the call for 200 meters. Same thing. Now this time he's in lane 8, Mukisa is in lane 7. No. Mukisa is in lane 8, I think, and he's in lane 7.
So he curved him first time.
Diego chose not to run 200 meters.
But Diego never liked 200 meters. He would run 200 under protest.
He chose not to.
When the coach has forced him. His race was, in fact, if he had an option, he would prefer to have run 60 meters. But unfortunately, we're in Uganda, we don't have 60 meters. So he would run the 100 meters, but running 200, hey, it was a tug of war to get Diego to run 200 meters.
So he's, but it was very interesting. He gave up, and this guy, bam! Mukisa tried to hold up the curve. By the time they finished the curve, he pulled up a muscle. I don't know if it was true. Those days it was very
By the way,
days it was very common.
Athletes had that.
Pull up
like
fake.
if someone has beaten you, you pull a fake muscle and get out.
And limp for the rest of the day. And
then it's unfortunate that
tomorrow they'll see you walking very normally, and they're like, but this guy couldn't even walk yesterday.
But it's unfortunate that now when athletes actually injure themselves, I remember there's a time Ali pulled a hamstring here towards the last, towards the 20 meters to go, and then people still saying, no, I think he's pretending because he's going to be beaten. No, actually, so like this faking of injuries makes people not believe you when you're actually injured.
Yes.
I know sometimes there's some injuries that they're bad when you can't sprint, but you can walk normally. So when someone sees you walking, they think you are faking, yet actually when you can't run.
You can't, yeah. So.
You know, and people don't understand that. People think injuries are these severe things where
someone has to be on a stretcher.
Yes.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
Here is the man behind Lactic Sports. His name is the Man of Peace, owner of the vehicle, owner of the car.
Yes, so we have the 5,000 meters, and I think it's for the first trial for men. It's good to see the numbers. The numbers are quite big, which is really good to see. Not as big, yeah. But I know, like these events, normally, if people from Kapchorwa don't come down here, you'd always have a very small number. And the Kapchorwa people tend to come from the fourth trial onwards. If they pour here and so many.
The last time we had, I think, 2 hits of the 5,000. Because the numbers were quite big.
The 1 2 hits, they just staggered them into 2 groups. Because you know you can stagger them. You have one.
No, they actually had 2 hits.
Did they?
Yes.
Oh.
There was 2 because
the number was too big.
It was going to be chaos because, I mean, a lot of these guys would be lapped within 5 laps or 3 laps.
And then it also makes it very hard for the lap scorers.
For the lap scorers too. They are more papers.
Lactic Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 57 67 46. Lactic Sports, we deliver.
All the sprints. He was at one point national champion in 100, 200, and 400 meters in the same season, same national championships.
You would just wake up from bed and come and run.
That is a record.
You see that thing you're talking about coming and disorganizing. He would get on the bus from Marua.
Yes, Ali was one of those guys that would come and he's choosing not to talk, but we'll put him in his place.
Because he calls himself the man of peace. Men of peace talk, they don't just keep quiet.
Okay, here we go, 5,000 meters.
So we have the 5,000 meters, but I can guarantee you half of those are not going to finish the race. But it's 5,000, they might finish because it's 12.5 laps. For those of us who don't, 5,000 is you run 12.5 laps, so they're coming for the half. When they reach the finish line, then they have 12 laps to go. I can't imagine myself running. I've run 200, I'm already tired, and you're telling me I have 12 laps to go. I'll just collapse. I can't do these things.
And meanwhile, for them also they talk differently.
Yes, they said they can't sprint. They say we use too much energy. They are not able to sprint.
So Ali is with us. So Ali, when do we get to see that long-awaited retirement race?
I think it will coming soon. I was talking with my colleagues whom I actually retired with. I think we soon shall be lining up to say bye to our young brothers and sisters here.
And what race will that be?
I can do from 1 to 4. Surprisingly, I can still do that.
Remember, we don't have an ambulance here.
A few days ago, it was rumored that you're eyeing the Commonwealth Games.
Now we are retired. Which is, some of the athletes play psychological games on us. They say we've retired, so that the rivals relax. Then they go there and you see them on the line and you're like, wait, you said you retired, what happened?
Surprisingly, everyone knows, running is about timing. The time we were coming to put our last run to say bye to our friends, and maybe time can also allow, depending on what we will.
You qualify for Commonwealth and just say, I'm continuing.
You can easily say, okay.
I'm unretired.
Exactly.
Then so you come and retire again.
Hey, you retire later.
Yes.
So Ali, talk about Lactic Sports.
Lactic Sports is a very authentic registered company that deals in all sports equipment, spikes, original spikes, soccer boots, balls, and everything. Talk of sports, you pass by Lactic Sports, you will be personally and welcomed and served properly.
And where are you located?
We have 2 branches, one in Muyenga Road, Chibuli side, and then we have our main branch in Entebbe Road, just near the traffic lights, next to Kamukam Plaza. In fact, Federation, there's the same building where our Federation Metropole House, yeah. That's where we are.
Yeah, Ali, Lactic Sports have been very supportive to the upcoming athletes. They follow his state prizes in form of shoes. Original shoes, brand new. And it was good to see you guys in Toronto giving shoes to the winners,
Each event.
Of all the events. It was especially the juniors, because the juniors need the things most.
Sure.
Seniors, many of them have somehow maybe. Yeah. So, but is that the same reason why you gave the?
Yeah. The reason is when you look down to ourselves. By the time we were juniors, we were running, we didn't have access to those things. But now, somehow, somewhere, we should say God has given us opportunity where we can support the juniors that are still struggling down there. But when we have it, we should support. That's one of our reasons why we, as Lactic Sports, we come on board and try to support our young generation. Maybe tomorrow it can motivate them and
to also
do better. Yeah.
Do better.
Back on track. I see these are all junior runners. I mean, don't be deceived by their small bodies, but from the look of it, all these seem to be very young, upcoming junior runners. I do not see any of the top runners. Ali works a lot with these guys, and he's also the manager for police. Do you see any of the top seasoned runners? I see mostly new faces.
No, since this is the beginning, I think senior runners always wants to, you can't just come and start to right away from the beginning. Sometimes
they will show you dust.
So sometimes people tend to first come and gauge their fitness somewhere first before stepping. But I was very happy seeing Alima bending it up with the cedar lane. It was a very good one to actually motivate. It gave me a lot of morale. I would kindly request our elite runners to come home and we always put
Muna Baba, I'm waiting for Muna Baba. He's always here running. I know he's cooking something somewhere.
It makes us develop the sport as we want it to go ahead.
Yes, definitely.
When our big boys are here, and I mean, you motivate the young ones. Be like, okay, I'm stepping in with Joshua Cheptegei here today. I think next time I will be stronger. So that is what we need to see. I want to appreciate and thank Alima and the Sida for what they have done today.
I saw Winnie, but I don't think Winnie is running.
Yeah,
today.
I wish she's not. I just had a chat with her a few minutes ago. She was telling me we hope to see her next try. She'll be. I think they have just come back from out. She was talking of jet lag and all that. I think anyone can understand that sometimes when your body is heavy. Actually, I saw Alima try to struggle from the
The jet lag.
The jet lag, and she was heavy, but end of the race, she began picking up. That was a good from her.
Yes, definitely. And for those of us who are watching, you might be seeing some of these runners as they're slow and you think you can beat them. Try and get there, and you see this guy in pink, you might think he's running slow until you run with him. That's when you realize how fast he's running. It's just that the top runners, number one is in yellow.
Now, let me tell you something very interesting. Mr. Francis, when you look down where 100 meters starts, before I stepped in plane, something happened to me there. I think Mildred can remember that very well. She can actually testify to the world about what happened to me. The first time I learned what is called lactic and vomiting running. If you look at the next time I step in, I look at that corner. I still remember what happened.
Actually, that also reminds me, remember there's a time we were training with Godwin. There's a workout we are doing, 200, 100. And then you rest 10 minutes, you go again 200. You run 200. Then you run 200. So we ran with Godwin. We did the first one, first set, second set. Now the third set, we were finishing doing the 200. When we did the finish line, we were like, where is Godwin? To see he was lying down there at the steeplechase. And then we asked him, Godwin, what happened? He was like, I was going to die. I had to stop.
Is this the reason why you had to name lactic? Lactic?
You know,
Yes, lactic and tartan banners all come from stories from the track.
It's very interesting. So when we talk of this lactic thing, it will also take my mind back to my colleagues that I used to train with back in the day. Right now they're in the States, people like Kasule. I remember all those chaps.
You remember Kasule? Kasule, he was doing a workout, so the coach told him, Kasule, you need to take those shades off. He's like, no, these are shades for running. And that time there was Kabali. So then he ran the first set. We were here. The second one was like, coach, this thing has become very heavy. You hold it for me. He took off the running glasses.
Very interesting. In most cases, when you see, when people who are watching out there, you may not understand what is lactic. Someone who has been there will actually tell you what the pain feels like.
If you have never run, you do not know what pain is.
I see Latigo right down there. If you ask him what is lactic, he will explain for you proper what is called lactic. Lactic, it burns.
Yes, Latigo Kasim as well. The last 50 meters, you will be going backwards. So we have the leader here in yellow coming. He has, I think, 5 laps to go. I can't see properly the... Maybe he's trying to qualify for the... there's also the World U20 this year in... is it in Colombia?
Well,
the World U20 Championship. It's in Colombia this year. So he might be trying to qualify for the World U20. So this one has been taken out because he's been overlapped. Oh, my guy has been taken out. The guy was wearing a pink thing. He's been taken out. Okay, so if you see people being taken out before they reach halfway, if you're overlapped, they take you out because then the lap scorers get confused. This boy is running fast. See, he's already back.
So Ali, back to Ali.
yes.
What's your most memorable race in this place called Namboole? A race that you ran and you felt you had run. A race that made you grow grey hair.
The race that I ran, that up now I remember, it did me no good, was in Serbia, not actually here. The first time I went to Serbia, the
World
University Games, I was entered for 400 meters. At home here, I would run in any way I want, I would still win. So reaching there, I used my technique from home to go one way. So reaching 300 meters, man, it was crazy. My whole butts were just all heavy. Reaching at the finishing line, I couldn't walk. Surprisingly, I was carried away from the lines to the restroom. Reaching there, alone, everyone went out, man. I vomited inside there. I'm like, this is not what I expected. So that race, I will never ever forget it. That's one of the races that each time I talk of 400.
Is on the negative. What about the positive?
The positive one was in Khartoum. He ran with Justin Baiga, people, Uganda, Jimmy, Gamba, Mildred. We were around 10 of 5 was Lukungu. So the interesting part was when I won my race, Justine won her race. Most of us, we actually won our races, but what made me feel a bit sad and at the same time happy was when they were dressing Justine Baiga the medal, she started crying. I'm like, what's up with my sister? So when she came down, I'm like, oh, Just, what was happening? Why are you crying? She said, I don't know why I was crying, and I just found myself tears flowing. So I felt, when she was crying, I felt a bit down, but when it came to my time stepping on the board, I actually didn't cry. Nothing shocked me. So that moment is something that it always confused me. Yeah?
The moment on the podium.
The moment I was on podium, and still somewhere, Justine's, image kept running in my head. It's like, this shouldn't happen to me. This shouldn't happen to me. So it is one of the things that I still keep reminding myself about.
This boy is about 67, 68 a lap.
And it was good to see our former 400-meter runner Davis Kamoga around. He's actually around. He's part of the officiating team.
Yeah, this is actually he comes and officiates, which is good to see. But then, unfortunately, I think for me on the other side is he's coming, but now these people don't know him. The generation that knew him, he wasn't coming. Yes. But now he comes, and a lot of these athletes actually, even if they pass him and they don't even know him.
Now that takes me back to lactic sports. Why we are doing that, giving out to young athletes, is because we're stepping out. Now, how do I remain seen in the sport? So what we do as lactic sport is to remain inside. Personally, I need to give what I can so that I keep in the circle and motivate the young ones. So tomorrow when they talk of Ali, there are some who probably have not seen me running, they will be remembering Ali is actually lactic, is this Ali, is this guy. So we who are getting out of the track, we should still be there to support the sport so that it takes us to another level.
For the commentators only. Thank you. Okay, so we have the winner coming. He's overlapped those guys like 5 times. I lost count of how many times he overlapped. But he's actually a very good, promising talent. I mean, running 67.
He's running. He kind of runs like Kiplimo.
That's a good race. Good race.
We have been seeing people who are supporting athletes from the grassroots. I think Madame Batenga is one of them. Some of you may not know her. She has been supporting us. She actually,
she's always here. She's always there. Some of us know her not by her name, but unfortunately in Africa, when you're married to someone famous, you get absorbed. So she's married to our athletes representative on the Uganda Olympic Committee, Gansi, and sometimes when he's around, he comes and commentates with us. I know she supports a lot of athletes, especially long jumpers, trains them there in the background without us knowing. She shows up, comes and sits here. So big up to you. Actually, we need more people like this.
And surprisingly, she has always come to Lactic and getting a lot of things for
the athletes, yes.
And these are the people that we should really
So, Madam, you're welcome to sit. You're welcome to sit around.
Yes. But give us an insight.
You know, it's fun. So you're welcome.
They're going to dislodge someone.
So you can give us an insight of what you do and what drives you. Maybe you might motivate other people to join what you're doing.
I love sports, just generally, and I think just God saw that, and He joined me with someone who loves sports probably more than I do.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, when seasons like this begin, at, like here in Namboole, it's a shame that there are not as many people here, but I hope that more people can come, and especially since it's free. But it's motivating to see young people do things that we once tried to do a long time ago. And so for me, what I keep doing, I work with athletes. We try to support athletes where we can. I also I'm into rowing as well. So I'm here to see some of the rowers that I've been working with who are at the World Championships last weekend. So there are about 5 of them who are here competing. So it's nice to see them, because you see, with rowing you have a lot of cross training. It helps with athletics in their training. Yeah. In fact, I just went across to talk to some of them, and one of them said, everybody was running and they were tired. Me, I was good to go. But it's nice seeing what we're seeing here. It was nice to see Halima, running her race. It's nice to see these 5,000-meter runners. So it's exciting, and it's very nice to see you guys doing what you're doing here. I think people not being here, maybe it will entice them to come next time. Yeah.
But I think also this is the whole point of the live stream. I know there are very many people who would want to be here, and I'm pretty sure, Gans, if he's gotten the live link, he's watching from wherever he is. If he got the live link, that guy lives and breathes sports. I don't know how you live in the house with him without talking about sports, because he will probably leave whatever he's doing if he knows there's a trial here, unless it's something so important. He will show up, and that's
the reason why he's not here today, is because there's something very important. There's an AGM at UOC. So
yes, so he will not show up, but he is exactly. I am pretty sure he's one of those. He will be like, oh, there was an athletics, the link is there. He will go and rewatch the whole thing. The next time he comes, he'll tell you, I saw this and this and this. So those are, if we had more people like that. But also, I know Saturdays in Uganda is a normal half working day, so a lot of people are not able to make it because they're at work. So this is one of the things behind the live streaming. We have a lot of our former athletes. They're out of the country, in whichever country it is, but they always interested in asking what is happening. So when there's a live link like this, they feel at home. They feel, and there's this feeling when you see someone on TV. There's this joy you have. So normally when they watch, they see the officials. It makes them feel at home. So we are hoping this can be a permanent feature on the program, whereby we connect people back home. We connect people to see what's happening, and you never know. You might feel like, oh, you know what, I can support this. Yes. And you might not support the live link, but you can support somewhere. You might see an athlete that you like, and you feel like sponsoring them. And the more we expose these athletes out, like people see them, the more motivated they'll probably get. That's what I believe.
We've talked about you. Now you're a celeb. Please remember us in UOC.
With the Commonwealth Games coming up, so this is the whole reason why we are bargaining for you.
I'm sure you remember you. And next time you'll be here.
Definitely, yes. He's always here when there's a trial. And I love to see that as an athlete representative, when you're visible, visibility is important, because if I have a grievance, I know that he's visible. Yes. I can wait for him and he will show up, and I'm able to talk to him. The visibility, and we underestimate the power of visibility, most of the times. Because if I know that he's always here, I don't have to look for him on phone. I just wait for him, and we'll talk and discuss, share ideas that he can take. So we have the 800 meters going on for women.
And you see, most of these young ladies, it's amazing. You see them running barefooted. Well, we used to run barefoot as well. But it was on grass. I'm not sure how hot it is on that.
This is quite hot right now. Very, very hot.
And see the way why you support young ones. You know the feeling that.
Yes, you know what you went through.
So that's one of the reasons why I can confirm that's why you are giving to young ones.
Absolutely.
For me, to the former athletes, you don't need to be so rich to do something.
Yeah. No.
You can always do something, however small.
So in this heat we have a Conjo Gloria from Nzikuru Sports Academy. So you see people like Nzikuru, they are there in the background doing something. Nakazi Daisy, Nansimbi, Rosemary, Bala, Ijora, Immaculate Evelyn, Nahebwa Olivia, and another, no, someone was registered twice. So these are the future of this 800 meters when the Halimas and everybody goes out, you know. So yes, they may come, they may not run very good times, but just showing up. You know the thing with competition, just showing up and being able to get over and done with doesn't leave you the same.
That is true, and most of these people come from far. They come from up country and they come here purposely for this. So it's very interesting. But I'm also happy to see that Namboole is open again for athletics.
Yes. And actually with exposure, normally we just had a volleyball game season with my kids. So we normally have the under 13, the young ones, because they've just come from primary, they've never played volleyball. They come, we take them for competition, they're goofed properly. But then those same kids, when we go into a lesson, they are outstanding compared to everyone else. They know the rules, they know what needs to be done. They take over the lesson and I just watch them teach their kids yet before you were shouting. So competition, there is something you learn every time you go for competition compared to somebody who has not gone for the competition.
That's true, that is true. And sports in general.
Guess what? Sometimes when I start imagining about 800, I have that feeling some people have two hearts. Because I being a sprinter, I would do 400 meter run. I would do 400, and then coach would give us to do like 600 meters. Now the way I would feel after 600 meters. So I'm trying to imagine how the person who is running 800 and finishes it and still the person who walks. It is not something that anyone can do. So we need to respect these guys who are doing 800. Musagara, you're done there, I'm sure. You're one of the people that I believe have two hearts. Yeah.
But Muna Baba, he even shifted from 800 to 1.5. Like, I think we need to first ask him, how does he do it? Oh, Winnie, because Winnie also was an 800 meter runner. And then she shifted to the 1,500.
For me, it's the 800 meters, I think, like Ali says, for me, I don't know. When I watch this race quite often, David Brisha breaking the world record, the latest world record right now.
140.
And I
That's
see
crazy.
I see 49 at the 400, and he still has one more lap to go. And I see him push.
And he's sprinting.
And he
he's literally sprinting.
And I'm like, okay. What's going on?
This race is incredible because it's like you're sprinting, but you're not sprinting.
It has become a sprint. It's not like you're sprinting. That's why Halima, you saw her in the 400.
Exactly.
Because you need it. For 800 has become a sprint.
400 meters twice. It's quite abnormal.
Like Ali said, for me, I was a sprinter, and I used to do 100 and 200. And then I was shifted to 400, so I added 400 to it. And I stopped running 400. Yeah, exactly. But before I quit, they made me run 800, and that was it. I said no.
You know, actually, the late Koto Moore, may he rest in peace, he always persuaded me to do the heptathlon. And I told him, Coach, I am excellent at all the events except there are 3 events stopping me. That's the hurdles, the 800 and the high jump. I might overcome the fear of the high jump and the hurdle. I can never get over the fact that I have to run 800. Never. So I will never even attempt it, you know.
Godwin has joined us on the desk. Godwin claims to have retired. No. Godwin claims to have retired, but we're still organizing that retirement race. And Ali is here, one of your fellow retirees. Please, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's not a claim. There is time for everything. Yes, there is dawn after every sunrise. Yeah, so there is so we have to accept and move on to the next level in sport. But we had our testimony, our last race.
Yeah, we're not aware.
Never mind. During back invitational, we are organizing for you a good bike.
Ali, are you ready?
I think so you have enough time for training. There's no excuse. Back invitational, you have your final race. It will be the close. You close off your season. Even if you go there, we have an ambulance here. We have everything ready for you.
We shall have to have a special ambulance.
Yes, which can fly.
Just for one race.
Still 800 going on. You know, this 800, when I watch it like this, I still remember Coach Noah. This is the race where I always get sick whenever I go for the training. Coach would send me a message, Ali, tomorrow we're doing 800. My message back is like, Coach, I'm not feeling well. You know what? I feel the pain before running. 800, no. This is not something I can even think about.
Okay, so this one, we have Nakato Jennifer Aboki. Nakato Jennifer went for she's deaf, and she went for the deaf games, World Deaf Games, and won a silver medal. She's there right now in position 3. And then we have Neno Susan, who is in 2nd position. And Neno Agnes, who is in 2nd. This is Chemtai Fabian, who from police. No, she's not gone all out, but she's actually quite good. And then we have Nakato Jennifer following in 2nd, and I know they have an event coming up this year, which she's preparing for. Hopefully, she's planning to upgrade to a gold medal from that silver medal. And I'm pretty sure she might win that race. Yes. Yes, she might. She is winning this one. She is winning this one.
Went out really quickly.
Yes, and that's the and that's the thing with 800. You have got to time your race.
That's why we stopped it.
That's why I've never run 800. I ran 100 and I stopped. Yeah, she's gone. Yes, she's gone. And she's good. She's been training. She trained with Coach Kiwa Faustino, and yes, she's getting better and better. And I am pretty sure she's going to do something quite amazing. I mean, I look at the gap she's given her, given that she was behind. That's an excellent
start to winning the
run. Yes, excellent run from Nakato Jennifer.
Wonderful.
And then we have Chemtai Fabian, who is our current athletes representative, coming in 2nd. But Aneno Agnes, somehow she was a 400-meter runner. She shifted to 800 and she has just never worked out. In my view, it's just never worked out for her in the 800. So I don't know if it's the coaching or something, but something just has never clicked.
Do you think she should go back to the 400?
I think she, I don't know. I think she was a better 400-meter runner than the 800.
Maybe.
Because she had a 54 in the 400. She has a 212 in the 800.
I'm very happy to see the family here.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, these are like fellow students. They're cheering their fellow students. And actually, when we talk of people who support athletes, we have Coach Brad. He's literally dedicated his life to supporting athletes. He sponsors some of the, personally pays their fees, and he's also their coach. So he picks these athletes from different areas, brings them into
really young.
into school, trains them, and makes sure they stay in school as they're training, sponsors them to come for the trials. So, and he's Jamaican, so he left Jamaica, came to Uganda, settled in Uganda with his family.
Okay, we can only see him on phone. We can't see his face.
He's probably going to come back up here, and maybe we can call him up to say hello. Like, those are some of the people down there.
I think he also mentioned that he's preparing them for the World Junior.
Yes, he actually took athletes for the World Secondary Games, and one of his athletes won, I think, the gold medal in the 400. So he's doing a good job, and we need more people.
We need more of him.
We need more of him. He needs to like duplicate himself. If possible, because these are the next generation athletes.
But this is exciting because Uganda has a lot of potential.
A lot of talent.
A lot of talent, a lot of potential. Especially in athletics.
Yes.
Because we don't need much to be athletes, you know?
No.
So if more people like him, more people like you can come up, you know.
More people like Lactic.
More people like Lactic can come up.
Yes, I know Godwin is doing something in Fort Poto. Mutekanga Julius is doing something in Fort Poto. So if we have in each region, I know Belle Lucy is also doing something with the Javelin.
What are they doing? Are they building a stadium or what? The ones in Fort Poto?
I know Mutekanga Julius wants to build like a stadium, or I know he has his Mutekanga Olympian Association where he academy.
Why doesn't this guy tell us what he's doing in Fort Poto by himself?
Yeah, apparently there are a number of clubs that have come up there, even like she said, the OMO, the Olympian Mtekanga organization, which is based at Kichwamba Technical, that technical institute. Yes. However, also government is constructing a state-of-the-art stadium. Actually, it's in my village, my real village. They got land in my village. So
they're going to name the stadium after you, probably.
I don't know. No, I don't think it's. So it will be. So generally, that would motivate very many athletes to come up from the area, because for us as an association like Kabarole District Athletics Association, we are fighting hard that they only don't construct a football pitch and leave the track. So we have engaged every politician we know around. We have even had meetings with the politicians to make sure there is a track put up there. Actually, most of the athletes Coach Brad has, the young athletes, are from Fort Portal, actually, most of them, those sprinters. That is Coach Brad there on. Yeah, he has recruited so many athletes from Fort Portal. Almost 90% of his athletes are from there. We recently had him to celebrate the athletes who had achieved in the World Secondary School Games. Actually, you see, we had to celebrate those students who won gold medals in the World Secondary School Games. And all of them were his athletes. And
Yes, and he paid
so surely, and they were all from Fort Portal. So literally, he's doing for us a great work as a region.
They have medical treatment, make sure that they are fed well. So he's really.
So with time, we are seeing Fort Portal emerging as an athletics power.
Yeah, sure, it's coming. Now that some of us have come up here to bring them up, they have the opportunity, which we never had. Yeah, that's the truth. They have the opportunity which we never had.
Do you know that Fort Portal used to have a lot of athletes? I mean, Kabarole district used to have a lot of sprinters, actually.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You know, for me, what would be very interesting sometimes would be if we can have some of these regional, you know, like football, have the FUFA draw, which is celebrating our ancestry. So you all go back and play for everyone. Everyone is allowed to play for their, ancestral, whatever belonging, ethnic belonging. And I would love to see, Fort Portal side, Arua comes, Gulu comes, Uganda, name it, and then, bam.
But that's something we can do. You understand? We do not I think what I see as our backward, what puts us backward is we sit and wait for someone. Like here, most of the time they say the federation needs to do this, government needs to do this. I believe I'm from two regions, so I can, if I get Nebi and Hoima together, okay, and then if Godwin gets Kabarole, if Ali gets Arua. All right. If you get Lira Gulu Kitgum, okay, we have a Bell Lucy, we have Ganze. If we come together and organize, yes, we need to start doing the talk. We need to start not just talking. We need to start walking the walk, not always talking the talk. If we start something like this, then we feed into the national system. The Uganda Athletic Federation's job is to organize these runs. It's the club's job and us former athletes to make sure that the sport doesn't die and we keep bringing and feeding athletes. Yes, so people like Brad, people like, married woman, you don't call them their whatever name, other the husband may come for you and you might be in trouble. Yeah. So the first lady of the Uganda Olympic Committee and the commission, the things they do in the background, this is what feeds into and feeds into the athletes. Because these athletes here from Kabarole, they cannot be running this good if they don't have the right coaching, they don't have the proper feeding and the right guidance.
And that's why it's really good to see someone like Nzikuru doing what she's doing now. Because, for someone who left the sport, like active sport a while ago, I know she's trying to come back. I'm not sure how realistic that is, but...
We'll never know. We shall wait for it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure how realistic that is. But either way, the fact that she's using that and she's got the heart for that, yeah?
He's running, but he's telling guys
to catch up with him.
No, he's a pace setter. That's a pace setter. So they asked him to run the fast race.
Should have done a 600 at least. 200 is too short.
But however, this is now kind of the junior athletes, the low-end athletes. In the senior athletes, we expect Ronald Musagala to show up. I was with him at the warm-up track, and he's already prepared. He's set. He's coming in for the next hit for the 800 meters. So no, he's finishing up. He actually has special instructions from his coach Ade Rauta, who's also in the stadium today. Yeah, he's going to finish the whole race. We have very many hits for the 800 meters. There will be 4 hits almost. So we shall be having Musagala there coming up. His brother actually will be pacemaking him, commonly known as Part 2. I know your names. I know he's called Part 2.
Wait, Musagala Part 2.
No, he has a brother who looks like him.
So they call him Part 2.
Yeah. If you don't know Musagala, you might think
you wonder how his brother feels then being called Musagala Part 2.
It's just like the were they the Manyongas? You remember that Kenyan family where they were all running 1.5 and each one of them has won a world event in 1.5. Like how all the Dibabas, the girls, like each one of the Dibabas has been an Olympic champion.
Does Musagala's brother have a chance?
Yeah, he's actually very young.
He has a chance. He has a
Very
chance.
young, and he's very strong. When you see him,
He has a chance.
Today he's
Yes.
pacemaking.
And you see,
How old is he?
He could be around
early 20s.
no, around 18.
Okay. Oh, he's in second. Oh,
Okay.
He's very
So we're
good.
seeing the future
But
here.
then also you see that advantage he has is that he's not going to have the same hardships the brother had, because then the brother didn't have proper coaching in the beginning and didn't have what. But now the brother is connecting him to the right people.
And I think this
He's
is
actually
where,
the training partner.
Yes,
and I
he's
think
training partner.
I think this is why like former athletes have to support, because some people feel like they have a chip on their shoulders. For me, I went through this, so you guys also have to kind of go through what we went through.
Yes.
But instead, like we went through it, but we should make the path a bit easier for.
That's what
those
I
who are-
believe. That's exactly what I believe. I don't believe that because during my time I didn't have, like I remember.
I didn't have spikes.
Yes, I didn't have. There was no electronic timing. There was no this.
Yes.
I think we should make the path, make sure that
little
the
bit
athletes
easier for
coming don't go through what we went through. Because I know a lot of people still have grievances from what they were put through. You know, like we always joked about, like when you're with Max Kanyerezi.
Yes.
Like when you're on Team Uganda, until the plane leaves, like literally.
You are never sure.
Leaves Entebbe airport and has gone. You're never sure that you're going. Because like we always make this a joke and you're like, man, you might be there, they're like, oh, hello, stop that plane. These people are not supposed to be on this plane. That's how we talk. These people are not supposed to be on this plane. They need to come back. And then you're taken off, and you can imagine the shape. You have said goodbye to everyone. You even have the gear. You have said goodbye to they even take away the gear. They've said goodbye to everyone, and now imagine coming back. So that's why when we're traveling, we never tell people that we're traveling until when we reach. Then we're like, we are traveling for this game. Even in transit, you might be taken before you get there. Athletes Village, until you get the accreditation.
But we have put that all back behind us.
No, yes, all that is not there now.
Now it's not
You know, that is not there now. Like,
more organized.
yes, when you're confirmed on a team, you even get your money. Actually, big up to NCF and UOC for streamlining that. You get the money before you get the kit. Before, once you're confirmed and you're going. You know, there's no turning back, and that is really good for the athletes. Before, like you'd be named on a team, but you reach and you don't have an air ticket. You understand? Yet you were supposed to. So there are a lot of changes that are happening, and they are very positive changes. Even now here in athletics, I see like there's a race in Nairobi. If the federation decides to send, they book air tickets for the athletes. They fly there. They give them allowances. This never used to happen. When there was a race in Kenya and you want to go, you had to pack yourself on a bus, find your own accommodation, figure it out there. So there are small changes happening, which are excellent. I mean, there's live streaming now, you know, which didn't happen before. There's electronic timing, which didn't happen. There are a lot of small changes. Though we still have a long way to go, we need to recognize the little milestones. Yes, baby steps.
The third hit.
Yes, this is the third hit. And in the third hit, we have Gong Mike, Cherotich Dan, Ogen Innocent, Ainimani Tari, Komboni Daniel. This was the name after Komboni, the missionary.
Bishop.
Bishop Komboni. He must be a very Catholic. Probably, he must be very Catholic, yes.
Must be a brother of a priest.
Yes, maybe. And also, it's good to see Makerere entering in quite. It's being revived. Makerere, and I know Coach Kiwa is responsible for that. You have Ochoma Alex and Oroma Williamson.
Yeah, actually, Oroma Williamson is someone who's transitioning from 400 to 800 meters. He's actually doing well. He's not doing badly. We hope in the next 1 or 2 years he can be at the top. Maybe we don't know how he's going to perform this year, but as per last year, he was improving. He showed signs. I don't know if he has chosen to go to the 800 totally or he's just building up his endurance.
But you know, like Ali said, do these people have to hurt? There is no way, if I am in my right frame of mind, to shift from the 400 to the 800. The 400 is already tough. And I go for double lactic. And that's my own thinking. There is absolutely no way I can shift from the 400 to the 800. But we have different builds. So some of these people are built more for because they don't have very many fast twitch muscles or slow twitch. They're just there in the middle. So then 800 works perfectly fine for them, because then they're not excelling much at the 400. So this hit here, let me see, whom do you call it for? I'll call it for Roma Williamson. He's in lane 8. Yeah. Lane 8, I think, you see, a sprinter is always a sprinter. He's forgetting that he has another 400 to go.
Check that knee lift. You check his knee lift. He's really lifting the knees.
Sprinter is always a sprinter. For him, he's thinking that he's running 400.
But he's running well.
Yes, he's running well.
According to his body looks, me, I believe he would be better 400 meter runner.
Yes, he's still built like a sprinter. He's still built like a sprinter.
You see the kick from the first bend, it's more 400.
And then the person behind him is running more like a middle distance runner.
Actually, the good thing Ali is his manager for police, so
yes,
he can always go and advise him here and there.
Exactly, that's
unless if he's just
to tire.
Exactly. So, and when you look at his muscle, like as a 800 meter runner, that is very heavy muscle to carry. You know, muscle is heavy. Muscle is heavier than fat.
You can even see the hamstring, the way he's taking the hamstring.
And his lift has gone down a bit.
Yeah. He's tired now. He's tired. Yes.
He's 400 meter runner. Basically, a 400 meter runner psychologically, when you reach the last
400, that's what I'm telling you.
400 meters, you're tired.
There's no way I can move. And even these two people behind might actually overtake him, because he's like, he's done. He's gone.
He's just trying out his endurance.
Yeah, maybe it's for training.
Is this the first time he's running?
Yeah. Yes, it's the first time he's running.
But he has been running it, like whatever he tries to open this season with 800.
With 800. Now I can guarantee you there he's dead. He feels like he should stop right there. I know that feeling.
He's looking and I have 200 meters to go.
Exactly, 100 meters to go, and that last 100 is the worst.
They ain't trading for him now.
He's being. Yes, he's done. He's finished. And you look at number 1, like he's just gliding through, you know.
But he can still beat the person who just passed him.
Yes,
that may not be easy.
It may not be as easy, but he's gotten the courage. Yeah, he got the courage. His body, I would still, probably he still needs to. I think he's just opening his season with the 800. I don't think he's moved to the 800.
For him to first try 400 for more 2 seasons, if it is okay with him. Because 800.
But you know, Rudisha was a 400 meter runner and then transitioned to 800. It worked for him.
Perhaps his running style. His coaches could have seen his running style and they said, Rudisha, your running style suits the 800 meters.
And now we expect Muna.
But it doesn't work for everyone. You know, whatever works for the other one may not work for the rest. So
yeah. Besides that, Rudisha, if you look at Rudisha's physical appearance, the guy is so tall, and this is, I would say, Roma is more like 200 and 100 meter and like a super fast person. And Rudisha being tall and he's more relaxed. His running format is more like 800 meter runner. Before actually he started doing 800.
In the upcoming race, we see where we shall have Onen Godfrey. Onen Godfrey is trying to transition, tall guy, to transition from the 400 also to the 800. After that long injury he had.
Is this the brother?
So the tall figure there you're seeing on the screen.
Is this the
brother?
One? Yes, that's the brother. The one who's behind. No, that's Musagala.
Musagala is there in a purple.
He's always uncoordinated, but today he color matched very well. So there is Muna Baba. Yes, that's the younger brother.
And he's dressed in his.
We call him Muna Baba. He's.
I think this is very, very motivational.
Yes.
The young brother is that side.
The young brother is in yellow.
No, he's in black.
I think we need to.
The young brother is this way. Okay.
Yeah, this guy coming.
This guy just coming.
Okay.
The younger brother.
From the word go.
That's Musagala's young brother there.
Very nice.
What distance does he run?
He's 800 meter runner.
And 1.5.
Yeah, and 1.5. But today is pacemaking Musagala. But watch out for the guy who won that one lap in the cross country. How's it called? that one lap.
Is that in like the
Is it
Ethiopian uniform?
Dradiga. Watch out for Dradiga for the mixed
Okay, so
relay.
from here I have
Mixed
Osuje
race.
Emmanuel, and then Erimu Kokas, Dradige Tom, Jeffrey
Tom.
Onain, Nsagala Ronald, Nishut Richard, Ayela Abdi. I think that is the person probably in the red and in the Ethiopian
Kit.
kit. Jofkad Athletics Club, that's a new athletics club, and then you have Cheptoyek Nicholas. So this should be a pretty good race because I know last season Osuje Emma dominated the 800
Locally here without
meters.
Musagala.
Yes. But Musagala has officially moved to the 1-5.
So it'll be very interesting to see Musagala today after his long with the injury.
Yes. So that injury did him very bad at the Olympics, and he was very disappointed.
But Musagala loves opening his season here.
Musagala always runs in Uganda.
And this always works for him. In some way or the other, he always opens this season so well.
I mean, like, even if it was me, Musagala, Namboole made him when he qualified for that World Championship. He did it here,
with senior Kipsiro, the great
yes,
Kipsiro.
with Kipsiro. So,
And it's wonderful to see people like him, Musagala, Halima, coming to compete in this local
but they
championships.
always do. To be fair,
It's
like
good.
Halima, Musagala, and Winnie, every season they will do 2 or 3 races before they go to Europe. Here,
Absolutely.
so long as they're here, they do compete.
And I think that's
love
great
to see
because
that.
I really wish there were more like them who would do this because it motivates all these other athletes who come when they see, these others who are making it big out there to be running these local events. So it's big up to them for doing that.
Yes, definitely. Like we said, like if you stand in the line with Halima, I mean, Shida is a world world university silver medalist. She has a
And
big
she
profile.
always runs,
If you run with her, definitely, maybe we don't understand that impact yet because we have not really been out. Here we go, and looks like Musagala has put the injury behind him, and should be a good race.
We expect his brother to take the lead immediately because he's pacemaking him. But we see Dradiga has moved because Dradiga
is like I am not waiting for this guy because
it looks
slowed down.
He's taking this as his year. Dradiga Tom has
sometimes with athletics, I believe when you feel the body can go, please go. Don't sit back and wait. If you feel the body can go, go. Because sometimes you wait and it doesn't work.
But when you look at Dradiga, when he ran last time in Tororo, he is actually in good shape.
He's very good.
He has high chances of actually running this through.
They also organized their mile in Kawempe. That mile they organized, he won it. He actually won it from Wabutu Parade. So really, he looks to be
He looks relaxed there right there.
It's a fast pace.
Yes, unfortunately, we don't really have the timing here, so we are very far away from
it's faster than all the others that we've seen so far.
Definitely, it has to be faster because it's like you have the top guys. So we have Musagala. Musagala always does that. He never goes in front and he just comes like a speed train.
Dradiga Tom has taken it over.
Yes, Dradiga Tom, like Musagala needs to really work, and he's picked the cue. He's picked the cue, but Tom has gone.
He's
So
gone.
can Musagala catch up? Oh, what?
It looks like the brother stayed in the race, so did he drop out? I didn't see him drop out.
He's over there at the 600. He took them to 600. Dradiga Tom has definitely taken this one.
Musagala's looking good.
To chase.
This being his first race back.
Yes, but he's not over pushing it. I think he's trying to see where am I at.
Yes.
And that's an excellent race from Dradiga Tom. I think.
Good race.
I mean, like if you beat Musagala Ronald,
It's motivating.
It motivates you. Like I'm doing something right. Whether he's giving his best or not, it motivates you, and you feel like I'm doing.
You go down
As I beat Musagala.
Yes. Whether he was injured or not, it's just like the 60 meters. This girl from Poland, when she beat Elaine Thompson, it was everywhere. She's beaten Elaine Thompson. He's beaten Elaine Thompson.
I think Dradiga this season, if he puts up that standard, I think he can be able to represent it somewhere because
It would actually be very nice to see the time.
Sure, he's running very relaxed and technically calculated. He looks to be good. So hopefully,
Yes, and then
season will
another
be
thing
good
that
for him.
I am liking right now is parents coming with their little ones. Because parents they're coming to support some of their children, but they're bringing the little ones, and that is the only way the next generation are motivated.
I wish people knew that this would be a very nice family day out.
Yes.
Very nice family day out.
But I think it comes down to how we publicize this event. if we publicize this event, the more, because parents are always looking for things to do on the weekend, yeah? And with the profile that athletics has risen, they've raised the standard for their athletes. So, I mean, when I was sitting there, I was thinking, I was like, if people knew Halima was here, people knew Musagala was here, they knew Shida was here. These are people we saw on TV when they were running in Tokyo just the other day. People would be here. Just like how people have been coming here to watch the cranes because they see, so this would be a very good family day out. Very, very good.
I think definitely, I know there's been a change in the publicity, but I also think like we still have, I know there's been a bit of change in the whatever, where we have we have a lot of people posting on their status, but still status can only be seen by someone by a few people, but at least it's a change. There are posters being done and people are sharing those, so that to me is a change. And then of course we have now the partnership with Sanyuka TV, where they'll be broadcasting, but they're still broadcasting some, not all, so the more...
Are they here today?
No, they're not here today. They've selected certain events that they're going to do and some events that they're not going. But for us, we're here the whole time. Come rain, come sunshine, we're here the whole time.
One of the retirees here.
Yes, we have the senior Waiswa Lukungu, who knows what lactic acid means, because we've run even the 400 hurdles, the hardest event to run.
But it's very good to see Waiswa Lukungu here.
He started an academy.
Who is doing great work, by the way, in Kakira. He has the Waiswa,
So
the Lukungu Academy.
Yes, he has the Lukungu Academy.
Which is actually having very many young athletes here, is bringing up very many young athletes up here.
And if more and more people do this.
Yes, that's what we need. As former athletes, that's what we need to do to make sure that we see our sport moving forward.
In your society.
Yes. Don't be there that I was an athlete, but as an athlete, what have you given back?
Now see the 200 meters up.
Hello, Waiswa, you can say hello to the crowd. We are live streaming.
I greet all athletes who have managed to come and participate in these first trials. Let me hope most of our seniors, they have to do the same work I'm doing, trying to develop young talents and they bring them for trials so that they expose them here. We get some more, the Gambas, the Jasin, the Emiri, the Imoko, the Waiswa Lukungu Kamogas. Mostly we should work on sprint. Uganda, we are too...
But there is something which is lacking now for me.
We are lacking sprinters.
In the sprints. Yes. I don't know if you guys found it, but I remember back then, there was this thing. You beat me in this trial, I'll get you in the next one.
Yeah, that one was during our time.
You had people who of equal strength,
yeah.
But you're like ready to knock your head. It's like you're beating me this time, but next time, nara. I have you.
I think it's there. All that people don't talk anymore. People are just quietly saying, I'm going for him.
For us, during our time, we used to compete.
Yeah.
But now people are not competing.
Guys were friends.
They even don't share.
Off-track people were friends.
Me, I used to share kids with the Imoko, the Okeros, the Okui, Okirori. Yeah. But now we cannot get our sprinters sharing training kits or even bottle of water. They don't. That's why you see even our sprinting races are not improving because they are not sharing. Yeah.
I would want to say one thing.
Sprinters here.
Besides that, you see, it is now down to us. You see, we should come up and try to see how we can help the ones that are coming up.
Yes.
Because if we don't, definitely it will keep going down and down.
It's with the former sprinters who should work out and improve in what? Sprinting. When we don't come in sprint, in 3 years' time, sprint will not be there.
But I think we have hope since now you can see the times are improving.
I think there's been a big improvement.
Yeah, national records are being broken, which has been a long time.
Yes, there was competition then, but the quality I have to say now, the quality is high. Because before, we would have, like in the final, we have people still running 11 and making the final. Now, if you don't have a 10, you do not make the final.
10.
Electronic 10. And not even, I remember that time when we ran, I think Godwin did a 10-8 and he didn't even make the final. You understand?
I went to Jordan.
Yes, he was
10-8.
like, 10-8. He didn't make the final. You understand? So definitely the quality has improved. It is still not the best, but definitely it has.
Now that we have so many sprinters who are running quality time, you see Benson just broke the national record. We have Tassis who is now in the US.
Actually, Benson didn't stand because the wind.
The wind, okay, whatever.
The wind, but yes,
he ran the 10 to me, whatever it is, he ran the 10.
Yeah, he ran the 10 to.
It was run by his body.
No matter what, yes.
So we have Tassis who is the national record holder still standing. So we have so many.
And he also broke the indoor record.
We have Musa Issa who can run 10-4. We have Pius Adome who can run 10-4. So you see, we have over 4 or 5 athletes who can run below 10-5. Electronic timing.
Which never used to happen before.
400 meters.
Yes.
With the 400 meters.
400.
That one you can tell me.
400 meters.
No, 400 meters, definitely. You see, the thing is, actually, for me, I believe Uganda, we are more talented in the shorter sprint than the middle distance, than the long sprint. Though, like, as a country, we seem to be, we've pushed the 400 more, because I do remember Ali was taken from the 100, 200, and I still believe he would have done miracles if he considered 100, 200, but that's a debate for another day. So we always, no, my son is definitely running 100 meters. There's no question about it. The guy even has frequency better than mine.
But today I'm very happy to see my athlete winning 800 meters.
Yes.
From Duadiga.
And that's, yes, and yes.
And I started with him from 27 to senior 6.
Wow.
Okay, so we have the 200.
So there we go with the women's first hit of the 200 meters. And we could see these are a bit young athletes, the younger ones, the senior ones, but you can see potential. Someone is running barefooted there, some young girl probably.
Yes, and she's
winning this, you see. Now, this is where
she's from
big sponsors like Lactic Sports should really come up and look through these athletes.
Exactly, that's what we normally do.
That's Nakut. That's who?
Third position, my athlete.
Your athlete.
We can see the joy on Lukungu's face for his athlete coming third. You see, this is very encouraging. You see, he's really happy now. His athlete has performed well.
And that is Mulondo Elton. Mulondo Elton from Lukungu Academy.
Came third.
And I think the winner was Chebet Zumara from Tororo district.
Wow.
You know? So definitely, this is the next talent. This is the next talent. So the big girls are coming up next. We are Aisinanzir Emily.
Namahunge
Jacent. Banura Maureen, Nyamahunge Jacent, Apio Agnes, Sandra Nabwire, Achen Doreen, Akumu, Veronica, Dwaru Rose.
There's something I want to tell you about Apio Agnes.
Is she one of your athletes?
In rowing, and the reason why I picked her up for rowing is because of athletics. You see, we've been using them for indoor rowing, and there's something interesting that she said. You know, with rowing, you use a lot of your you use your legs. People think you use your arms, but one thing she said is it has helped her so much on this side, and you'll see her when she finishes and compare her to the rest of them.
But she's been one of the top 5.
That is true, but I'm talking about like fatigue, like because she's been doing it's been very good, but it's been helping her with lactic, a lot with lactic. So it's something that I've been trying to convince their coaches. If they even people don't have to row, and they just bring their athletes and they come and they do rowing, it will help them with cross training.
So you're saying when I come for rowing, I can break the national record?
I don't know about breaking the national record, but it will help you. It will help you with with some of your muscles. Huh? Yes.
My muscles are already big enough. I think when I go for rowing, they might become here.
No, rowing you don't become bigger. You don't become bigger, but it helps with endurance, number one. But it also helps with the strength of your muscles.
Yeah, we feed Jacinth. They're testing her blocks.
Jacinth is good.
No, Jacinth is good, and I would love to see her do miracles this year. She's naturally talented.
Even
We
the
pray for her
100
to
meters,
stay
I hope
healthy.
she posted a better time with a very good time. She must have
Talented.
opened her race with 11.
We have the times.
I timed an 11:73 hand time, so most of the time that might transition to 11:9 or 12:0 something electronic.
Hopefully she should made an 11. Really
But that was a very easy race for her. If Maureen was there, or if I was there,
This version or the version before?
this is even a better version than before. Okay, so they're on. Is Shida in that race? No, Shida is not in that race. But definitely, Jacinth, off she goes.
Shida.
No, that's not Shida. That's a chain.
Yeah, that's it.
So we have Jacinth, Maureen, and Emily.
No, even a chain.
Okay. So definitely for
Jacinth is woo. And Apio comes third.
Apio comes third, and Emily.
Look at her. Look at her. She's still.
Oh, she's going to go down. Trust me.
She won't.
She will. You see, the thing is with running, yeah? With running, there's some lactic that hits you. Regardless of how much you train, there's some lactic that hits you.
I wish I'd bet some money on that one with that statement that she hasn't gone down.
No, sometimes you may not go down, but doesn't mean it has not hit you.
But she's unlacing. She's unlacing.
No, the thing is, like, all of them go down
I understand.
running. You know, if there was a solution for lactic, we would all go for it.
No, there isn't. There isn't.
Regardless of how you train, lactic still hits you.
You can just walk.
Minimize. You can minimize on the amount of time you stay in the lactic zone. So like Jacinth, she ran fast, but she'll probably have the least lactic because she stayed in the lactic zone. Shortest. Shortest.
Oh yes, the shortest.
The slower you run, the more. That's why you see that the last person is actually always on the ground and the winner is walking around because they have stayed in the lactic zone longer.
Have you seen that shot on Facebook? The guy, I think it was at the World Junior Championships a couple of years ago in Kenya, where all these people are down. The white people are down, and this Kenyan guy is the only one. That was a classic picture. Everybody.
Everybody's down and
Like, what is wrong with these guys? Like, we're used to this. But also, remember, running in Kenya is a bit of high altitude compared to others. So when you run at high altitude, you actually tire more. I'm pretty sure Ali can tell us a story of Sudan after running where you feel like they've opened your mouth, poured chili in your throat and your body. Actually, even Lukungu.
Even feel blood.
You breathe blood.
Yes.
I know.
Because of the altitude.
You run, you finish running, you drink water, and you still feel your throat is burning like they poured hot pepper inside you, and that feeling just can't go away.
You come back to Uganda, you get cough for 3 weeks.
This dry cough that doesn't go away. Now imagine these people who would be running 400 meters. Asoma. It's the men 200, then we have the 1.5, and then we're actually going to have the medley relay for the first time. The medley relay, we are going to have the 100, the 200, the 300, and the 400.
You'll be checking your WhatsApp. He's sending you the comments from YouTube.
Wanted the
women.
Men.
Men.
So someone is asking for the name of the person who won the 5,000 meters. Unfortunately, we are not able to figure out their bib because we're sitting quite far. But for the next trial, we shall try and improve on that. And requesting for the guy who won 100 and 200, depending on which heat, because there were quite a couple of hits. 200 is just going on now for the men. The women just finished, and that the last hit, Jason Nyamahunge won that. And off we go for the
First hit of the 200 meters
men. This boy in neon. Yes, these are young, upcoming athletes, and it's good to see that.
I like his running form.
Yes, you can clearly see that there is potential, and the future is bright. We are
I like his running form.
It's not all done.
Is he young or just short?
Short.
Okay.
Both. Both of the above. He's young and short. What line was he? I'm pretty sure.
I'm looking at how this guy is.
He's like one of them. Yeah, he's built a very good relationship with his athletes, and that is very important. Coach-athlete relations. Like, you need to build a relation with them where they feel free to talk to you, and then they easily listen to you. Yes, because then when they have a problem, they'll come and tell you, and you're able to do it. I think that was Musoke Derek Muonge, because it was in lane 5. Yeah, the winner was Musoke Derek Muonge from Makerere University Athletics. Actually, being an alumni of Makerere, I'm happy to see Makerere back on track, because we used to rule. But then, like, at some point, it kind of died, and actually, big up to Coach Kiwa, he's reviving that. Okay. Yes, it's because he's training them there in Makerere, and it's really good to see that Makerere Athletics is getting back on the
But it
on the
has
map.
always been there.
Yes, but there's a time it went down.
Yeah, it's a time they would come with one athlete.
Yes, it really went down.
But at least they have sustained the storms, and they have always been there. At least when they have one or what, they have been there.
Yes.
At least I can credit that for Makerere.
And
Ndeje, for them, it's more of something. UCU now has replaced Makerere. They always have one athlete.
Yeah, UCU now before UCU had everyone, now Makerere has overtaken, and now Makerere has everyone.
Are these the effects of the lockdown, you think?
Yes, effects of the lockdown, and then also
There
like
was less recruitment for universities.
less recruitment, and then you find that some cutting scholarships, you know, and so then athletes will look for where there are scholarships.
So maybe schools like Makerere are benefiting now.
Probably. Hit 2, we have Diego Derrick, Nyeko Johnson, Kayondo Arnold, Musevi, Christopher, Okello Muhammad. Rajab is not on the start list for this hit.
No, he's not the one.
Hit 2, that's not Rajab.
Sounds like him just.
So lane 2, we have Nyeko Johnson in the lead from Harried Ginger. And coming close to him, we have Okello from Gulu University. So in second was Okello from Gulu University. So hit 3, we should have Awoy Dickens, Gori Emmanuel, Kitibwa, Harona, Mugisha Innocent, Nalule, Nathan, Ochen Francis, and Okello Charles. What's your problem?
How many hits do we have?
We have 5 hits, 6, 7.
There are quite many for men.
7 hits.
You mentioned we have mixed relays.
No, we have the medley relay. It's not going to be mixed, but it's like a fun relay where you have one person running 100, the next one's running 200, another person's running 300, another person running 400. So the 100
This is the
starts.
first time that's happened here, hasn't it?
Yes, it's the first time we're trying to incorporate this, and this was the idea of our new organizing secretary, Mr. Okello Paul.
Nice.
And basically, just instead of just having the 4x1 and you have the short sprinters, you're incorporating in everyone. So you can have an 800-meter runner come and do the 400 and the 300. So then they feel like they fit somewhere. And you have your short sprinters go down just to the 200 and the 100, and then the 400 and the 800 and 1.5 can do the 300. And it's also a fun race to watch.
I reckon this is the last event.
Yes, it's the last event, and well, if we have a team, you should be seeing me there on the track.
Okay. Are we going to see Ali as well?
No, apparently they've retired, but we are organizing a retirement race for them at the T-Back Invitational, which is on the 18th of June, not the date. Waiswa Lukungu also has to show up.
You have Gazi Mugula there as well?
Yes, Gazi, definitely. I already mentioned him. He said we need a special ambulance for Gazi. So Gazi,
I don't know, maybe Ali is the one who will
wherever you are, they have said you need a special ambulance for that race.
That's getting in his head. I think you're getting in his head.
So please come and me. I believe in you guys. So please come and help me disapprove these guys that you do not require a special ambulance. You still got it. And Wesonga, Chris Nwang, we need all these guys back here. Ongom is still active. Ongom hasn't yet retired. Latigo Kasim, you know.
No, we take it to Bugembe.
No, it will be here. T-Back Invitational is here, so we shall organize.
Lukungu wants to take us to his ground.
By the way, there's something you need to know. Once that event goes to Bugembe, there's no one beating Lukungu. I think he has his jujus there. Whether you do what or what, you can never beat Waiswa Lukungu in Bugembe, however fit you are.
We would run here, tell him, you guys okay, well, let's meet in Chabazi. And he will win it. 200, 400, you can't try.
Any race, any.
Yes, what because you tell him, unless you jump through the fence.
Because you really get, you cannot win.
That is what the Muzungu will call home court advantage.
That's no. Like he would be on the start line and everyone like, why so why? Okay, so we have hit 2.
And that's why he's actually probably calling us.
Yes, because he knows none of you will win.
That's the hit 2 for the main
hit
200 meters. Wow, the guy is anyone. It's really quick. Lane 2.
8-3.
That's Nyeko Johnson. He actually even won his 100-meter hit.
The reason why I want people to come to the game, the athletics has declined.
But that's hit 3. That's Gori Emmanuel. Gori Emmanuel and then Ochen Francis. Harriet Ginger. Now the Harriet Ginger has entered quite a few athletes and it's a new club this season.
Now like this clinic which was in Kakira there, please see, I got some good athletes. I have a good number of athletes from that clinic.
Oh yeah, the clinic is talking about Tatan Bana has organized the Girl Empowerment Clinic, which is empowering girls through sports.
That is you, isn't it?
Yes. That is us. Ali, me, Godwin. We organized the Girl Empowerment where we introduce athletics to and invite 100 young girls. But other than athletics, we do mentoring. We take them through counseling, and then of course we give them reusable pads and target young girls and tell them you can do sports as well as education, and also telling them the things that happen, sexual harassment,
so
coaches
now,
and
now
all.
to Mr. Lukungu's point, the next after Namboole, the next one should be in Bugembe.
So that he can, no, he's saying the retirement race should be in Bugembe, so he can win.
Even the, no,
I'm not winning.
I think even the more reason for it, the retirement. Because imagine all these people that people have seen, heard about over the years, and here you are in Bugembe. And if you remember, Bugembe used to be...
Bugembe always has a full house.
I would want to differ with that. Reason being, this is something that we are going to do. Of course, we are retiring, and we are from different regions, and Namboole is the center for it.
Yes.
I'll be coming from West Nile, Godwin comes from West, Lukungu comes from East, and you find another one.
Latigo is from North.
So Central would be for us.
And then Ganzi will be representing Central. So he had better start training.
It would be very good.
Just needs 2 days.
By the way, we need to tell him there's no chickening out.
No pulling muscle.
We were sharing
up
it
to
with
me.
If you pull the muscle, you finish the race with your muscle.
We were sharing it with organizing secretary yesterday, but he was actually picking the idea. He agreed it would be nice we fix it in that time of national championships and something like that. So that's yet for discussion, maybe.
We have given you an event, Tatan Banda's Invitational, T-Back Invitational. We are fixing you there because the program is not so long, so we don't need to fix you somewhere. They can T-Back as a warm up.
Maybe you can use the whole season to
National.
I'm winning. I'm going to win 400 meters.
For real.
Yeah,
We have to look for you a shooting event.
We actually even need a chiller.
Some of us will just come with our pom-poms like this.
Yeah.
How many ambulances will be packed?
Because one is not going to be enough.
Because all the agents
No.
enter the ambulance.
But you know, since Namboole was a COVID center, it's very easy to just put a hospital bed somewhere.
The hospital beds are-
Yeah, I had the hospital bed like that, so we don't need the ambulance. We just carry them to the bed. Yeah, just bring some few oxygen cylinders.
So this is the fourth.
Yes, this is the fourth hit. Abola Mark, Kwang Ambrose, Kibugwe Ramadan, Oyet Joel, Sempala Marvin, Ojok Isaac, Mary Boniface, and Mbabazi Gerard. And it's also good to see Gulu University here.
There was one in the hit before, wasn't there?
Yes.
There we go.
When you look at
Lane
this
number
running
one.
technique, when you look at this running technique, it reminds me of what Coach K was doing 2 days back. Apparently, the time he was doing 400, he was stopped because of poor technique. He qualified and
So Ekwang Ambrose. Yes, this one we're talking about. Bring the airport and then they bring you. You have very poor technique. You can't board this plane. Go back.
Senior Kiwa has been there.
A victim of yes.
That's why they are management. The current management, we don't see such things happen.
Because they don't want it to happen to anyone.
He knows the pain.
Yes. Do you know the pain of packing and leaving and you're traveling? You reach you in the airport and then they tell you go back. Okay, so that was won by Ekwang Ambrose from Makerere University. Makerere is dominating this today. I know the group of athletes, even Banura Maureen trains.
They're all being trained by Coach Kiwa. By the way, Coach Kiwa is doing a great work at Makerere ground. Very many athletes are training there. As a group of athletes, very many really. All distances, both sprinters, middle distance, even some long distance runners are there training there, which is very good. Being helped by Maurice.
Yes, and I think the more we have these, the more we have clubs. Because clubs had died some time back. Athletes would look for where to train and they don't have where to train. So if the more clubs we have doing this, the more the sprints will be revived. So soon you'll even find that we have like 10, 11 hits because we have more athletes training. I know.
No, but at least now we are on the way back. We are on the way back. We could see a world champion and Olympic champion soon. If not, my son is coming.
That is too far. The son is not here. At least for me, I can talk.
And my daughter.
At least for me, I can talk. But my son is coming.
How old is your son?
Can we see you?
9-1.
Can we see you?
It will either be my sons or my daughters.
One of the above. We're also going to have, I think, the 1,500 wheelchair. They're coming back for
1,500.
wheelchair. I can see they're out.
Exciting. It was exciting to see the 100.
The
I've never
100,
seen
yes.
anything like that.
You only see it on TV. When you're seeing it here, it's actually quite exciting, yes. And I wish more, and I'm happy this is being included, and I hope more of them can pick and say and know that.
Now I have a question. In the 100-meter race, the wheelchair race, there was that lady. It was mixed, yeah? There were men and Now the lady didn't have the third wheel. Do you think that impeded her performance?
Yes, it did. That's what actually we discussed it earlier, because I was telling Francis that she, like those guys, they have racers. So it's like someone who is running with spikes and barefoot.
Okay.
You know, because those are the racing bikes meant for, they're designed for that. So what she was using is what they use to get around easily. And these are what they use for training and competition.
Because I don't see, well, maybe she'll come in.
No,
don't see her.
no, she's not in. It's definitely not 3. 1.5 is quite a long race for you to go with that. Yes.
With the men.
And especially with the men, they'll probably overlap. Okay, so we only have 3 people in this heat, and okay, it's not good, but I love that they have kept the hits, and instead of mixing up the hits and then wasting a lot of time. So we have Sekanya Hakim, Okum Michael, and Godfrey Sega. Yes, everyone is assured of a medal, and definitely Okum Michael, Gulu University is taking it.
Gulu University is doing well by the on these trials.
But actually, like, I mean, we talk of talent, but when you we did one of the reach out projects in Gulu, and we were blown away.
It's exceptional.
We were blown away by the Gulu Arua. We were blown away by the amount of talent that is out there. Though, like, we've had a couple of athletes, actually girls, come up from that, and we see them here. So that is always really a proud moment for us as a club to see that we inspired them to come and continue.
But I think if we had more, number one, if Namboole can just be overhauled, which I think they're in the process of doing, that will help a lot. But
Yes.
number two, if we just have more of these around the country.
Yes, that plan was there. Like, each region was supposed to get a stadium.
And even if it's not as big as this, but we have the
No, the outside track, just the outside warm-up track.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
That's all we need.
If each district, like, for me, I think.
But I think we're on the right track, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think NCS last, or rather the minister last week talked about next financial year, each district is going to be getting money to organize events. I'm hoping this is just the beginning of maybe getting more money to now have, because this tartan, if you lay this tartan, this will last you for a couple.
Like, not like the tartan, you don't need to, maybe they just need to wash it occasionally and this or that, but
And just be careful with it.
yes,
Yeah.
it's low maintenance.
I'm curious to know what the situation is in Bugembe is now.
In Southern, because they have so they are the Bidco is one in charge of that ground.
That's their home. Bull FC, yeah, their home ground. So then they will manage this. They're like Chambogo University.
Yes. And they're even using it for training. Sometimes. Yeah.
But I do know Chambogo University is supposed to put up a certain track at the other.
Even they
Yes.
just done it.
So if we have more, actually, when you see out there what happens, is universities are the ones that have facilities. So Makerere would have one. Each university would have a tartan track, and that's what people use.
Major universities
Has a
would have.
tartan track.
Yes. Then we don't. It takes off the pressure from the government, because the universities have the ability and they always have the competition. So if UCU puts up one, Makerere, Ndeje, Chambogo, and each district has a government university.
And you
so
see now the talent
in
you're talking
Arua,
about?
you look at Muni University, you look at Mountain of the Moon University, Bulu University. We would have this.
And you see the talent you're talking about, like when you went to Bulu. And
Yes.
Now, when they have that, that's when you start really hearing.
So ideally, Namboole would just be.
For national. And actually, even the national doesn't have to be Namboole. It's like the way the US does. They move the nationals to different states every time.
And if you, I mean, like, Lukungu is a Bugembe person.
Yes.
Back in the day, Bugembe was the stadium where all these national trials used to happen.
Okay, maybe I just cut you. In this heat, we have Rajab. Someone was talking of Rajab. Yes, we should have Rajab. This is heat 6? Yes, so we should have Odikor, Andrew, Ogen, Felix, Chaven. No, Okello Darius in lane 7.
Now, Okello Darius is also one of the rowers. The one who's hit in his.
So that's heat 7.
But he hasn't run in this race.
No.
Oh, there he is. Hit 7.
So that's Changweng, and then Rajab. So that's the.
Chanwengo from Prisons.
Yes.
Yeah. Chanwengo is Polo's athlete.
Yes, that's Polo's athlete. Yes, coach Polo. And also Polo is actually doing quite a good job
Doing a very
in the
good
background
job.
there.
Yes, he is.
You know, I would love to do more coaching, but my job doesn't really give me the time to do it. I coach. That's why I work with only the upcoming junior athletes who can fit in my schedule. Because most of the training here is done in the morning.
So interesting fact about Chanwengo. Chanwengo is one of my rowers. Last week, he set a personal best for his.
Are you targeting them for the Paris Olympics?
Nah, I don't think they'll be ready. But, you know, their focus is athletics, yeah? 2024 is too soon. Maybe 2028. You see, with rowing, you get better with age. That's what's beautiful.
So you're saying at my age I should think of going for rowing?
Yes, because I'm rowing. Not that I'm older, much older than you, but...
Work with Mwanga.
William?
Yes.
Yes, I know in the US. Yes, but we work very closely with Mwanga. Mwanga is the one who coached me. Yes.
So this is the heat of the heat.
He's always been a water. Oh, maybe
He's always been a water guy.
from school. Yes. We were in school together.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so we have heat 7, and this should be the heat of the heat. So we have Adoba Emmanuel, who was dominating 100 last year. We have Isabire Musa, hopefully can redeem himself from the disqualification. We have Ngobi Alan, who won the 100, the other heat, displaced. Then we have Theng Deng Theng, Jagalo Joshua, Adomi Pius, Adoli Haron, and Opio Dennis.
I was just about to ask about Adome. Did he run in the 100?
No, he didn't register for the 100. He only registered, and I see him there, but I don't see Opio Dennis. I think Opio Dennis didn't run the both. Maybe he might have gotten an injury. You cannot know, but it's a shame not to see him there.
It's a shame, yeah. What's wrong with this problem?
What's wrong with this problem? We should find that problem and ask him what is wrong with you problem of Opio Dennis. Okay, so I think the people to watch out for, this is a hard one to call, because Adoli Haron and Adomi Pius, Jagalo, Adobe Emmanuel, it's going to be a tight one.
I think I'm going to give it to Isabia, maybe.
Isabia, I wouldn't give it to Isabia. Isabia is not a strong 200-meter runner. I would give it to Adome.
I might easily give it to Aboda.
Aboda is still developing. Huh? Aboda is.
Let's watch and see.
Let's watch.
But Haron is not.
Adoli is. That is what we hate the most.
Oh, I just hope it's the gun.
But when are we starting to use the pads? There are pads on the electronic timer.
Yes, but they need the new blocks. When you're using the pads, you can't use those blocks.
Oh. So they have their own blocks.
Yes, we need new blocks and they need to be connected. Yes, they're here.
But they haven't used them for today.
But are the blocks there?
Everything is here apparently.
So we should consider starting to use the pad and all the pads.
Though, like you did the electronic timer.
Yes.
Did you use that system?
No. Okay,
so
we used. Okay, we were supposed to come to Namboole. I think that's where it fizzled out.
Because probably the reason is we have not yet been. People have not been trained.
Use the examples. The other side was
demo.
It was more of a demo. But now we do it.
Because I know it's a whole new system. Even this system would be overhauled.
Yeah. It's just a connection.
Yes, because then it's automatic. So there's no manual.
Right now, they're using the gun, which is synchronized with this system. So it's the gun type. But now it doesn't help them. Calculate reaction times and things like that. Together will give you all the.
Yeah, hopefully we start slowly and get there. If we get there in using the pads, maybe by national championships, we can really be. Our competition will have grown to some level. Yeah, I think. But with Polo coming in as a new technical, he's trying to do something, to add on something from what his senior was doing. He's trying to carry on the work. So hopefully this will come, because I know the federation, there's a reason why they have delayed it. Maybe.
Do we know when the national championships are?
Yes.
When are they?
That's in July.
In July.
Early July.
Yeah. So we hope things will get there.
I don't know the date I only know
but
the
this is before the Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
Alright,
here we go. See, Adome has already now. Adoli has a bad start, but he has a very good finish.
Yes.
So the battle should be.
Very good 400-meter runner.
Yes, but Adome has come out. But then Adome doesn't normally have the energy to finish. But he looks like he might hold on to this one. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And it's good to see him back, because he was injured. He was disturbed by injuries last season, so it's good to see him back.
Though he looked to have struggled in the race, but he ran well.
No, he ran well, but I remember Pius never liked the 200 before. He was always a 100-meter guy. Yeah. So him coming up and going for that 200. It's good to see. And I have to go warm up for my medley.
So actually, Pius has run well. I see he has improved since he spent a whole year in Kenya training with Peter Gatana.
And then he got injured.
Yeah, Peter Gatana sharpened him a bit. You can see that he can still hold his whole knee lift until the last step of the race. So really,
Did you speculate why he didn't run the 100 today?
Perhaps he's trying to open his season. He's considering the 200 more. Then he can always come down and run the 100. But he's equally good in the 100, by the way. Since he has won this race, because it was a good. Yeah, it gives him better confidence because he has beaten really very strong. It was a strong team. So really, we expect better when he starts getting there, up there. Yeah, you can tell that he's still a bit heavy and maybe he's not yet sharpened up more. But the more he competes and picks confidence, he's going to run better. Sure.
And I'm seeing the wheelchair are getting ready. I wonder if that's...
Yeah, it's the wheelchair coming up next. So they're coming for the 1,500 meters. I have 300 meters. Let me check the program.
What would you say was the toughest race of your career? Toughest race of your career ever?
100 meter flat in others. But yeah, it was in 2004 World Junior. Yeah, I was with those of Warena, Jeremy Warena, Rashon Melite in the same heat, and Mulefu of Botswana. So that was my toughest. I was in 5th position. 5th. It was 47.01.
And the winning time was?
Winning time was 46 Abubakar in our heat. So 3 people qualified for us because they had a good time. They were all in 45. Then after that they went for finals. Rashon won it because this man here pulled the muscle. Jeremy.
Is Jeremy Warren the guy who was being trained by
Yes. Yeah, he's the one. Was a tall man. Yes. But now you see the problem with our 400 meter runners here. They don't rest their body. How? When they are running, they don't relax. Relaxing in 400 meter does not mean that you reduce the speed, no. But at least you hold the upper body or the lower body. But it's better you first hold the upper body, because the upper body is one which you use during the finishing point. So you get a person like that man is stronger than Rukungu, stronger than Ali, but he has a dirty run. His run is not smart because he does not rest the body. But for us, we use rest, and I think our regime, mine and Ngai Moka and Okero, the Egadus, we had a smart run.
Hold on, Egadu, are you talking about Jonathan Egadu?
No, is it Samuel? Yeah, we had a smart run because when we used to come here for trials, people were just waiting for 400 meter. When we finish up 400 meter, that is the end of the trials. No, 400 meter. It was men's race. Yeah, we were about 8 people with good time.
The times may have been improved. Maybe people are running faster times, but I still think if we could add a little bit, if we could chip in a bit of the culture that used to be, if we could mix the two, the smart training plus the other culture, like you're saying, you guys used to work as a team. You know, Godwin lacks something, I'll give it to him. The only problem was when we come on track and it's on your marks, get set, there you forget. You're on your own. But when we finish,
share anything. For us, we used to share even room. Me, I used to share a room with Ngai Moko for about 10 years. We're living in the same room. Those Ratigo, sometimes they come and they are cheerers from Guru, they come to Chivuri, we share the room. water, everything. But now you get our sprinters, they don't share. That's why you see they are running good time, but with the poor movement. Yeah, they don't have smart run, but ours was too smart. Me and Ngai Moko, you could run.
Yeah. My best memory of you is you used to run very effortlessly. This guy used to run without effort, but somehow they wouldn't catch him, and the range would be there, but he would just be like he's jogging.
But
Like
you can see it in his runner today in the 800 meters.
So
Effortless.
Effortless, but you won't catch him. And
But also now
should go back to Rwanda.
the wheelchair seems they are going for their race, the 1,500 meters. It's a long way for a wheelchair. I feel like their arms would. I don't really. Yeah, I know. You know, they are the same guys who do the marathon. In the MTN marathon, you always see them. Those guys.
Same guys.
Yeah, those are the same guys, really.
Are there more?
Unless if they're doing the 300 meters.
Doing 1,500. Is there more of them?
Yeah, they're actually more than that.
There are many. There are actually many.
So these are the ones who are very dedicated.
Yeah, in the MTN marathon, there are always many there. I hope it's the 300 meters. No, it seems that way. 1,500 meters would be long. Let us see.
I get. There's a memory that keeps coming back every time I see these wheelchair races. The Boston Marathon, some years back, it had been a rainy marathon, and this man was towards the end, and he gets to the train tracks, and he flipped, and he fell. So every time I see this, I'm always thinking,
They are going to flip the next minute. No.
1,500.
It's surprisingly this guy used to be very, very good. I don't know what's happening with him today.
In the MTN marathon?
Sure, yeah, he's actually doing last few years.
Is age catching up with him, perhaps?
Probably. Because you expect someone who would win the MTN marathon here. It's so easy. It's easier for him to come and do the 1,500 meters. That's 1.5 kilometers, really.
I can understand, because if you ask someone who runs 10K on road and you tell him to run 10K on track, there's a difference. 10K on road is different from 10K in the track.
Actually,
So
he has talked about the 10K. I remember that Joshua Cheptegei is opening his season tomorrow with the 10K in France.
Yeah,
He's running the 10 kilometers in France. So watch out for that tomorrow. I think NN Running is going to put up a link for that. So there will be a link for that, so people can always watch him. I'm not certain of the time, but I think later in the day we should be able to know what time the race will be going on tomorrow in France.
This guy looks to be strong.
It's only the arms that are. It's upper body that is working.
He looks to be strong. I see.
So it's one lap now.
And this one looks to be tired already.
No, that guy he has worked for it, really. You can tell. You can tell he has worked for it. He's far better than all these ones who are here.
But this is amazing seeing this here. It's very,
I have a feeling if it was 5K, this guy would easily lap this guy.
Perhaps
they're going to go 2 more laps in the lap.
Perhaps he's targeting some qualification, because probably he's targeting some qualification because he's really taking it high. You can.
His technique is different from the others.
You can tell on the stretch he's doing that, because in the curves he's trying to corner around and negotiate the bend. So you can't take it the way he's doing it now. So you're going to check, he's going to change his way of doing things. He's going for the last lap. You see, he uses one arm most of the time as he's trying to change the direction. Well, I'm really impressed with the way he has done it. You can tell he's...
But he trained for it, I think.
Yeah.
If you look at his gadgets and the dressing code, you can even tell.
Yeah, kudos, big ups to the Federation for allowing them, actually, because this event, they shouldn't be part, but the Federation finds a way of including them wherever they come up. You know, they have a separate federation, but they always But they always come up and ask the federation to put them in the trials, because there is electronic timing and all that. So yeah, to qualify genuinely, like, legit times by qualifying electronically, because they need to qualify electronically.
Sort of going off track, does that impact it?
I should say it does.
It should.
He's
It
trying
should.
to put it inside.
But I mean, like in terms of his, does that today he qualified?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very many times I saw him going off track. But technically.
Wow, so we are seeing the winner. The winner is coming towards the finish. He's taking it harder and harder as he's facing the finish line. Wow, wow, wow. That was wonderful from him. Well done.
Good one.
Well done. Well deserved win for him. Wow. Yeah, yeah, he's really strong, God, strong. So as we wait for the other two to come and finish up, I feel like it has taken a short time. Like I was thinking it would take a long time, but I feel it has taken a very short time. You know?
Well, these are the races where, again, everyone is a silver medal. Final.
Sure.
When you go home, even the last one will say, I was the third.
Yeah, well done from them. Well done, guys. So they are getting some cheers up here from the stadium. It's nice to see and it's entertaining. Really hot. So next we shall be having the 1,500 meters, men and women.
Thank you for watching the stream. It's UG Athletics. I think we will go for a small commercial break to get some messages from our partners. We are very happy to be associated with Lactic Sports, the Uganda Athletics Federation, and everybody else. But for now, let's have a message from Lactic.
Lactic Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 576746. Lactic Sports, we deliver. Lactic Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 576746. Lactic Sports, we deliver.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was Lactic Sports, and we're very blessed to have the. Are you the proprietor? You are the MD, the what, whatever you are. The man of peace, the man himself, the owner of the car, who goes by the name Ali Ngaimoko. Retired. To retire this season.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very impressed today. I would want to give my kudos to Halim Anakai and Musagara Awini for them coming around today to cheer up our young athletes. It is a very, very, very good thing to see our senior international runners to come and open up the season back home here. It's something that we should actually appreciate, and it gives motivation to our young athletes to come. Look up to them. You know, I would believe if more of our top runners try to follow that line, we shall surely be somewhere else. We all know it is from us to develop the sport. So what are they giving us? They're giving us a very good picture that everybody should look up to that. We have very many top runners, and the ones who are almost retiring. We should all come down and support the sport to take it to another level. Back in the days, we used to complain that, you know what, our people are doing this and that. Now, here we are, we have put our feet in that shoe. We should all come and try to do the right thing we thought people would do that they didn't do. It is our time to do that. I'm right here with Godwin Bemukama, and I hope he's also looking forward to do what he can to also support the sport. You know, he's from Kabarole, I'm from West Nile. I'm trying to do something back home, and I was very, very impressed and happy that he's also doing something back home to make sure the sport does not stop. Like we're saying, people like Wesley Lukungu, we were so shocked when we went to Ginger, and we got him doing a lot of serious talent identification project. And I believe if we all do that, I can assure you things will be better. Right here, Gordon is.
Thank you very much, proprietor Lactic Sports, Mr. Ngemoko Ali. Down here on the camera, you can look at these are actually young siblings to Tassis Orogot. He keeps posting them, saying these are the future champions. Hopefully they can get to his expectations, but they look committed. They're always actually here in Namboole doing their development training. So those ones, perhaps we could be seeing future champions, as Tassis always puts it up there. Those three kids are Tassis' siblings who are also trying out their luck in running. But we hope they still have a long way to go. They can always make it with proper guidance. Kudos, Tassis. I know he's watching surely. He's on his bed watching. He's not watching. Yeah, actually he had some 2 races in the indoors this year, and that was his first time. I know with his long legs it should have been very hard for him to keep rotating around and carving the bendings in that small track, the 200-meter track. But well done. He put up national records every time he stepped up on the track for those events. Yeah, well done, Tassis. Well done to Benson Okot, the Motoro who's called Okot by birth. He's a Motoro by birth. Yeah, he has done so well there also in Kenya. Yeah, so here we go, the first hit of the women 1,500 meters. So we could be seeing some, even though there could not have been the big names are missing, like Winna Nyondo, but these are potential. No, let me check the start list so we can tell who is in.
Well, in there, surprisingly, we keep seeing new kids popping up, and I can tell you that the way these guys are running, in the next few years to come, we shall have some more champions to come on board. You can see they're all running very relaxed, and see Chesang is right here leading, and it looks so comfortable, and it actually gives you more courage to watch it because it is all packed. They're leading. I mean, they're all packed in the same circle. The run is moving on well. Yeah, right there.
We have Chebet Rebecca also in there. That one could also be someone to watch out for. This is going to be a nice race. Yeah, then we have Chebet Scarlett. These are all from Uganda Police. These are all established athletes. So we could also see Chelangat Rebecca, Cherop Rispa, Kusuro Maslin, Chebet Gloria, Chelangat Lea, Chemusto Janat. This one is also another big name in there. Chemtai Belinda, big name, and Kosinja Fiona from Nampunge.
Well, in there, let's wait to see how it's going to be. I see the pack is already separating itself. See Chesang is moving up. That looks to be good. And they all run the same format, very comfortable, relaxed. Sure, the top 3 is actually pulling off from the pack. Yeah. 2 laps to go. It's very interesting.
We see Rispa and Chelangat Rebecca up there, and Chemusto Janet. They're hanging on that's the leading pack we are seeing. So let us see how it goes. But those 3 can, and actually there are 5 plus those 2 back there behind them. they could always catch up. That's not a very big gap in the 5,000. We still, the girl at the back actually is barefooted. The track should be burning her legs. But good thing we have lactic sports in the house, so they always look out for such athletes and support them. He did it. He has done it for almost 2 years back. He has always done it. He did it at the cross-country championships. So, well done, Lactic Sports proprietor Moko Ali.
We hope to support these ones there who are actually doing barefooted. We are taking note. Hopefully, by next trial, we will see what we can do best for them.
Yeah, so the 1,500 meters last lap, where it goes, Priska takes it on. Actually, Priska has had a good development every time she came up on the scene.
You know, Priska, she's putting some seniority in this. When you look at her run, she's not panicking. She goes comfortably and controlled, you know, how you control your race. She has that seniority, and which gives her advantage how to control all that. You can see the way she's bending up. Yeah, right here with us is our 200-meter winner. He has just stepped in here. I think you can say something.
After, in a few, we are going to be having Domi Pius say a word. He's going to tell us about the race, how it was. Perhaps you have one or two. So here we come, the 1,500 meters. Whoa! Wow, what a close finish it was. Wow. Yeah, Chemusto Janet takes it up from Priska. Chemusto Janet of Police, Uganda Police, Athletics Club, yeah. Well done, Uganda Police. Well done, Prestige Chemusto. And the other two are finishing up. We have other two are coming. And that's the end of the race.
There we go.
So we can hear a word from Mr. Adomi Pius, the winner of the 200 meters for the day. Let's ask him, Adomi, how are you doing? It's been a long time ever since we saw you racing here. You've been in Kenya for a long time. You spent a long time with Peter Gatana. So how was the race? Tell us how you've been developing up. You've been preparing for the season, and tell us how the race was.
Speaking about the race was not that bad. I've been returning from injuries. When I was in Kenya, I had some injuries I was facing, so I kept going back to rehab, and I was not training to my fullest. So I think this is my comeback, which is not bad, because there are some few things that I have to work on, especially at the end of 200. So yeah, it was not a bad start for the season.
Yeah. So how have your preparations been? Have you had setbacks in injuries and all that, or you've been progressing well in the training?
Well, there are setbacks here and there. You know, usually those challenges happen, you know, in sports. So, but you have to keep pushing on, and the progress has been good, because I've been working on strengthening some of my weaknesses. So yeah, it's been a good progress to.
Yeah, okay, good. Adome, good to see you again, and good to see you getting back into shape now. You can say this is a very, very busy season. This season we have a very big runs. The World Championships coming on board. You have Commonwealth coming. You have Africa Senior. Now the season is fully packed. And what are your plans? What are you targeting? You know, coming back from injury, it's not easy for someone to make a decision, and it is not easy to understand what is going to happen. Now we have very many races. What are you looking at? When you look at the qualifications, they are very, very different. We have World Championship qualifications, too tough. We have the right Commonwealth Games and Africa Senior. What are you saying? What are you looking at? Knowing that you're just coming from injuries, what do you think? Which one can be realistic for you? Are you talking of Oregon, or you are like, okay, let me try with the UK Birmingham run, or I'm going for Africa Senior? What are you saying?
For this season, where as I'm getting back, I'm looking at running faster. Yes, Oregon is a very good target for me this season. So Oregon is at the top, and then these other races can be bonuses for me right now. So I'm looking at lowering my times and running fast times. I will see how it goes. Yes.
Well, that's good from you. You know, if I was you, actually, I would put that same target, because sometimes they say put your hopes up. When you fall somewhere, you can still have some backup. Good for you to look forward to World Championships, because if you don't make the World Championships, definitely the time that you run would support you in Commonwealth or Africa Senior. What do you think about this, the target he's setting?
Yeah, sure. That's a very good target. That's a very good target for him. He has to put the standards so high. You know, sometimes you need to put your standards high so that even if you fail to hit their standards, the other lower standards are easier. You would be within the lower standards. Yeah, sure. Well done.
Yeah, that's good for you. And I think that confidence he has can actually help him, because if he cannot make it in World Championships, probably the time he will be running will qualify him for Africa Senior or Commonwealth Games. That one I know. And I see he's having a lot of courage. You know, sometimes it's good to...
And he seems happy.
He seems happy, yeah. You know it, Godwin. I can personally confirm that you have been down injuries, and you would sometimes confirm running, finishing a race is something that you always look up to after coming from injury, because you know what injured mind would always tell you can do it, but the legs cannot allow. So if he happens to win it and bring some reasonable time, it is worthy for him to be happy.
Actually, yeah, he should be very happy. Actually, I could see the excitement on him. No matter, he doesn't mind about the time, he doesn't mind anything. All he minds is that he's back, and he's back strong. So that which is a very important thing. When you're coming, you know, some of us who have suffered injuries here and there, we know how hard it is to get back after an injury. Yes.
But you know that
I wanted to mock him. One day he mocked me and asked me, but how come you're always getting injured? That's before he got injured, you know, when he was very young. It's you don't get injuries. Sure. So he has now tested the time when you're injured. My injuries are so bad, they give you setbacks, and it becomes very hard for you to get back to your fullest. But good enough, he's back and he's strong. So
that's a very good thing. I think that way, when you look at our standing right now in Africa, I think we're not bad. Uganda is not bad in sprints. If you bring a person like Tassis, you add up on Benson Okot, you bring in Dome Pias, you bring in Solomon, and we could actually do a very good 4x1. That's my analysis.
I think this time round we have a chance, especially in the Africa Games. I have a feeling we can even medal.
Yeah, we can medal.
We can even medal. You know, with the relay, everything is possible. But for a final, I'm guaranteed that we can make the final of the 4x1 in Africa now.
Exactly. You see, when you look at the times these guys are posting right now, you can clearly see we have chances of being among top 5. If we meet, okay, we have South Africa right there, we have Nigeria, we have Algiers, we have Botswana there. Oh, these are top, strong African
but they can
countries.
We have a balanced team, I think. We have a balanced team. With consistent 10-4 low. So really, we can make a strong team, I think.
We can. You see, I remember back in the days we would do 4x4. By that time, it would only be me actually who runs 46, and the rest of the team would run 47, 48. But we were there in the finals. You can imagine that. So right now, as we talk, all these boys are running under 10.5. I mean,
and they're motivated.
And they're motivated, and these are all young, upcoming boys, and they're very strong. I think if we put things together, we should be able to do something in Africa. You know.
Okay, yeah, sure. We are having the 1,500 meters wheelchair women. Since there's only one woman available, so she has to do it alone. This is a solo race. You know, these people have to do this because they have to qualify from here. This is where they can get the electronic timer and the track. So this is the only chance they have. That's why we have to be considerate and include them in our trials, which is a very good thing from the federation. Thanks to the federation for always allowing to include other people, even though they are not ours. You see, like South Sudan is here; they always compete here. Exactly. So really, this helps people to get better, and if we help others, we also get better by helping.
Exactly, that's how it works. I mean, you know, they say sharing is caring, right? Exactly. So when you meet yourself with brothers from another country, you do the same as a team of peace. You can always come up with something legit. So now, looking at our organization, I look at us. There's much improvement this year. Yeah, I see the technical and everything looks to be very much better organized. You see all the technical officials all dressed up, and everybody is at his point where he's supposed to be. I think there's a change, man, if you look at it.
We are better. I think we are better. We are getting better year over. This is what we always keep discussing on our forums, and we say that things are getting getting better. We can never move backwards now where we have reached. We shall always try to make sure things are better. We are stakeholders. We are main stakeholders in this, especially us who are retired athletes, some former athletes. We should really try to help the federation to move these things forward.
Surprisingly, people surprisingly, people don't want to hear these things that we are retiring. People don't want to hear it. But I think we should put the show people to see it actually. Okay.
That retirement run. Yes, that's when they'll know.
I think we should do it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we should have the testimonial race.
Maybe I should put it. Yeah, fellow is already there to sponsor us, and I think I need to also make a genuine write-up to our boss, athlete representative, Mr. Ganzi, to actually inform the NCS and the UOC. UOC should let people know something is going to happen. Something big is coming up, and we write to these athletes to. You miss it if you must. Otherwise, you are supposed
and
to be.
Mr. Ganzi has known.
Mr. Ganzi has been a problem in 400. We need to prove him here. One of these days when he comes and we first kneel here, 8 of us, and we see.
And he still feels sweet, so we have to. We have to take him down.
And I would want Max to be here. I don't know if you. He's called Max Kanyerezi.
Yeah. So I don't know how we had forgotten him.
The last time I was with him was in Mozambique, Maputo. But surprisingly, that time we hit guys so serious. I think he need to also come and declare his retirement when everybody is seeing the guy is retiring, you know.
Oh, that would be what an event it will be.
People like Mutekanga, who, I mean, he has now been off for 3 seasons. I mean, he has been doing other runs, but I would also need him around. If Akena AK, you need to be there, and fellow, you are in there. So he has always been telling us, you guys, when I come home, I will hit you. What? Maybe one day, one time, this guy will come down.
No, you're up for it. Man.
And surprisingly, believe. He has been my coach anyway. He has been coaching us, and now he believes he can beat us. Maybe this run he should be part of it.
Yeah, sure. We are having the last lap of the 1,500 meters women wheelchair. There's only one. We are saying women, but there's only one woman who turned up, so she can always do a solo race. It's allowed, so she can always be timed, and perhaps she can qualify for the events they're looking up to.
The way I'm seeing it is going to be very interesting seeing this middle relay. Someone running 100 meter, another one runs 200 meter, the other one goes for 400 now. I mean 300. The last one goes for 400. I'm seeing something being interesting.
Yeah, it will be fun. That will be a very fun event.
Because 200, you do the analysis. 100 meter, 200, 300, and these are all sprinters. We see Lactic going to.
No, actually, the fun one will be to run the 200 meters fly. You know why I mean? Because you're not starting from down, they're giving you the baton when you're standing and you move on. I would enjoy that. How I wish I was still around.
Like they said, it's not yet late. We still have a chance to come and put some show here.
There's time for everything now. Let us give room to the others to come up.
But I have a feeling if these guys are going to do the 400, that the guy would do something good, because if it is a fly, 400 is going to be a fly run also. Him being a 800 meter runner, they give him that thing not from the down, and it's going to be flying. That guy would be best to run the 400 actually. That guy has that format of running relaxed. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope we can see more guys coming up to run it, sprinters. We enjoy. We shall enjoy. Wow. So we are coming close to the finish line. The 1,500 meters women wheelchair.
Right there you can see World Olympic and World Champion. He's right there. He's crossing.
World champion, silver medal.
You know, it's good to see people
and the Olympics bronze medal.
Exactly.
The 400 meters. The national record holder.
It's a very good.
The reigning national record holder.
By the way, the time the guys put for us, surprisingly, it was one of my targets that I was trying to chase. I wanted to chase that for 44. Man, I tried my level best. God forbid I couldn't reach there, but I hope somebody will come one day.
You have a son.
Yeah, I have sons.
Sons?
Yeah, boys are there. Boys.
And all of them look sprinters.
Tengaimoko Juniors, I hope they will take it where I have. Are you for real? Those boys have frequency, I tell you.
Even the Ganzis are trying to tell us here that they're also there, they are coming. Wow, it will be good.
I know.
It's the same age bracket, the good thing. All the kids are in the same age bracket, so they will not escape each other. There's no escape route here. They will be there, all of them.
Looking at the time differences, the time that we have left for them, I think if they add up something small, it will be easy for them to pull down that 44.
And they will have good support, you know,
exactly.
which you didn't have, you guys.
True. Right
so
now, when we look at the support that we're giving to support our needy, I think we can add up something small to twist these ones around to make sure that Moko Juniors make it somewhere else now.
And the Ganzis.
The Ganzis Juniors, yeah, they change the whole game.
Yeah, so let's look up to it, and perhaps we can. I think the future of Ugandan sprints is very bright, because I see if all sprinters who have former sprinters, I should say former sprinters, because they can longer sprint. So I should say they're up in arms to help the young ones, the children, and what to get better.
That reminds me of what actually our brothers, long distance coaches, are doing up there. When you look at Kapchorwa, the CP region, what Njia is doing up there with the other coaches there, it is marvelous. You know, Njia at one point he was a middle distance runner, and from there he tried 10K, but when things are not moving, successful in investigating. When things are not moving, he said, like, okay, I think I need to make a decision. The guy moved into coaching, and he did a lot. He's doing a very great job. People like Joshua's and whoever who is coming from that side, these long distance runners, I can assure you, Njia has hand in it. Yeah, sure. Right now we have our foreign coaches who are now working with these people. Coach Njia, and you talk of Chelangat, you talk of there are coaches down there that we really need to appreciate for the work they are doing. They've put our flag up.
Yeah, sure, they are doing a great job. Actually, Njia, my colleague, my age mate, my everything.
Sure.
Like we have shared everything. We ran together at that time when the same teams. Surely he has done well. He's doing a great job down there.
And now, when you look at the position right now, he's having it.
As Vice President,
as the Vice President technical, it's a very good thing relating his whatever he's doing in the ground. I think in the next few years to come, we should be able to see some good changes.
Yeah, sure. And even in the sprints, we have people like Felix,
the fellow challenge. You remember what he used to do, the fellow challenge?
He's doing a great job. We have Polo, he's sacrificing his all to make sure he's here with his athletes.
I should appreciate something in a very special way, by the way. This sprint that is coming up, fellow, his real name is Kello. Felix Woodipa. Whatever that guy is doing, whatever he has done to change the sprints in Uganda, he deserves the credit, man.
Yeah, sure.
I should say
we've all passed through his hands. Some of us even have. We are retiring, but we've passed through his hands. He came up and organized clinics. He supported us. No, he says he's a 200-meter runner. I want him in that race.
He told us. Yeah, it's a good thing you have.
I wanted to ask about.
Hey.
These food events. What do you think of them?
Good question. Actually, I should say field events. When you talk of field events, it takes my mind back to let him rest in peace. Our Okotomoni. He was one person who was always there, who has been pushing it hard and hard. If he was here, I could confirm to you he would be there, try to gather these guys together, talk to them. People like Abe Lucy, the Lambs, most of them passed through his hands. But for now, I think as a federation, we need to sit back and revive the field events. And another person that I would want him to actually come on board and take it there is Kabuye. Kabuye is very good in long jumping, and he's a coach. Right now, I think he really needs to pull up his head and do something for long jump and triple jump, because he has a good experience on that.
1,500 meters men on.
Record holder and the current high jump, Teddy Sondata. You know the name?
Sure.
Yes, so Teddy Sondata wants someone to break his record. And because he said it's since 1999, his record is still standing. So actually, I think he's thinking about setting up like a prize where he wants someone to break the record. If that means reviving the whole field events.
We call it engine overhaul.
Yes.
Try to revive everything.
Yes. Yeah.
Now it's on the 1,500 meters men. They have all combined them in one hit. In here we shall have the Dradiga. Tom is back. We have Osuja Emmanuel in. We have Otim Emmanuel in. We have Toriti Chindiwa in. It's actually a very strong thing. We have Bobutra Farid in there chasing Dradiga Tom. We have and Osuje in there in line. It looks going to be a tough race. We have to enjoy. Even my joke from South Sudan, you are the one who can pronounce his name very well. It's called Yach Majok Cornwall. Cornwall. It's a very strong guy. But this time it's up to Dradiga. No, Dradiga is running the whole race. Dradiga and Wabutua Farid.
We were still talking about his relaxed way of running. We could all confirm him. This is like Lukungu. Exactly. He runs the way Lukungu used to run.
Dradiga was pacing Wabutua Farid. Now he has left Wabutua Farid to take on the mantle and move on. They are training partners actually, so you have to help the other. I know Dradiga is stronger than Farid now, but it's very good for them to help each other. Wabutua Farid takes it on. I hate him looking at his watch whenever he's running. I always quarrel with him on that. I always tell him, never look at your watch, please. Focus on the finish line. Run your race.
Majok is the second position. Try to pick it up.
Majok from South Sudan has passed Osuje Emmanuel and he has taken on the second position. Wabutua Farid still moving on strong.
Guess what? Actually, that's where Majok has strength. But surprising today, he gave too much gap for
Wabutua Farid. He's actually very strong.
The credit goes to Dradiga, but otherwise, if this guy had not lapped by behind, he's very good in the finishing, by the way. This Majok guy from Sudan, he's very strong in the finishing area.
Well, I'm very happy to see Wabutua Farid taking on the race like this. It's been a while seeing Farid on his top. He always comes in, but he cannot challenge the Musagalas. Actually, even Majok was a very big problem for Farid last season. Farid never beat Majok anytime.
Finishing very strongly today for the first time. Seeing
well done, Farid.
With a very good strength and finishing it strongly. That's a good thing. We should always, I think.
There comes Majok who finishes also there, and then Osuje next in line to the finish line. That's Osuje Emmanuel.
But to some extent, I think Osuje need to do something because when you look at his run, he doesn't improve his speed and he doesn't lower it. He's maintaining it that way, but now that becomes a disadvantage to him when you get somebody who has a very strong finish.
Even Paralympic champion Emong was in part of the race. He came in as number 6, so really it's very good to see Emong taking on the able-bodied.
It's a very good thing.
It's very good.
That your colleague who would be like, he's called, what I forget his name a little bit. What is his name? This guy will be like, never Mukasa Kenneth. He would be like, Ali, you know what? The person I'm not going to allow to beat me is Emong. And surprisingly, sometimes Emong beats him. That thing would make us laugh.
But Emong is really strong. No wonder he's the Paralympic champion, world champion.
Then for him, it helps. I know, like when I used to run, I used to use guys as my competition, which is good because because the girls were not as fast, so you'd always want someone who was faster. And I think that's been the challenge for Shida as well. Yeah,
in fact, that is the advantage actually Shida has right now because Shida trains with Paul and Coach O'Connors. These guys use men to make sure Shida actually runs with these people from the word go. Yes. I used to train with Shida, and Godwin himself has been training with Shida. Of course, she can't compete with us, but it helps her so much.
And in the same way, that's how it helps him more. He's running against.
We need to thank people like O'Connors, the Shida's coaches. These guys have done actually a very great job to support and help her.
Here and there, they're just not helping her in training only. They even help her out of training. It's very important. We most of the times only look at the athlete on the track, and we look at the life outside track, and which is very important, by the way. Without that life outside the track, without the proper feeding, proper upkeep, proper sleep, everything, you can never be that athlete.
The mental strength.
You get it? So, well done to the O'Connors who really are always there for Shida, Lenny, Coach Paul.
Talk about it. Coach Paul, I may not have words for him. You know why?
He has done great things.
That guy, I should just say he's another suspect of his own. Polo, whatever he has done, a guy would leave everything that he's doing. I should say, me, myself, where I am, whatever I have, or my retirement, whatever it is, I should tell you something. Yesterday when the guy read my retirement, he broke into tears. He himself said, Ali, what is this you have? You haven't even informed me. Why do you do this? He still believes I should do it more. Now you can feel that love that he had for us. Now when you look at it, people like Adoli, most of these sprinters, it is him who the guy puts
all the small resources he has, he puts
resources.
it in
the guy puts financially, he's there for you. He's this coach who's a friend coach, who's a parent, who's off-track friend, he's in-friend track. But he had his one principle: when you are here, forget about the jazz that we're going to do out. He's going to tell you, Ali, I want 500, I want 300. You run that time. He's not going to make jokes there. He's not going to laugh with you. But after the run, guy takes you straight away for lunch or what. He will drive you up to your house. Go and rest. I see you tomorrow at this time. So that guy is, I should say, is a unique guy. God is to reward you because we never paid him. I ran, but I'm now out, but I've never paid him. But whatever he has done to us, God is to help him out. At
least some of us who have tested his love, who have passed through his hands, we can never forget him.
True.
He will keep a special place in our hearts.
I worked with this guy, I should say, about 8 years, because the last time he picked me was, I worked with Coach Noah from senior 6 to after university. I worked with Noah for 2 years. From there, I went to Maputo. When I was going to Maputo, Noah went to Romania. You remember that time? That time you had just also stepped in.
That's when I joined.
Since that time, I've been working with Okello Pearl up to date. And then we became friends in track, outside track, and business-wise, we do a lot with him. So he is one person that, I should say, God-given coach. When you come to Namboole, you find a number of athletes. He drives them. He's going to pick them here, dropping them to the households. Everybody. You imagine that kind of person, and we pay nothing.
You see the results on the track.
Exactly.
Because you see most of the top guys are going through his hands.
Yeah.
We take a quick break.
Okay, let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll get back with the mid-lay release.
Lactic Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 576746. Lactic Sports, we deliver. Lactic Sports, located on Metropole House next to Kamukama Plaza on room F5 along Entebbe Road. Lactic Sports is a fully authentic sports company dealing in all original sports equipment like jerseys, playing boots, tracksuits, sneakers, joggers, yoga mats, and many more from UK. We do delivery around the country. You can reach Lactic Sports on 0779 576746. Lactic Sports, we deliver.
Up next, welcome back from that commercial break. Up next, we have the mid-lay release women. So we shall see someone, the first athlete will be running 100, the second athlete will be running 200 meters, the third athlete will run 300 meters, and the last athlete will run the 400 meters. So you get it. The first athlete starts at the 200 meter stagger, runs that curve, gives the next athlete who starts from the start of 100 meters stagger, runs all the way 200 meters up to the other corner where the 300 meters starts. Then this athlete who runs the third leg will run the 300 meters up to the finish, hands over the baton to the person who finishes running the quarter mile. That is the 400 meters. Wow, what a fun event it will be. In there we see Mildred Gamba, who is going to start the 100 meters for the team. Her team includes Nyamahunge Jacinth, Emily Nanziri, and Shida Leni. She's corrupt. She's corrupt. Yeah.
Team was not balanced.
But we have very many young girls there who could shock them.
No. For somewhere, for me, if we would have make it like balanced, because Namboole, when you look at Namboole and the Shida Leni, I mean, Mildred Gamba,
Emily Naziri.
Basically, this is the national team because they have done disservice to these young ones.
Next question I was going to ask, is this in the readings in the world units?
Yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But to motivate these young ones, I think that they should have given Gamba 2 other team members, and Emily also takes. I believe. Maybe, I don't know. She'll tell us.
She's the one who mobilized the team.
Maybe she'll tell us when.
Who made that arrangement?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this was championed by the new technical man, Okello Paul, organizing secretary. Okello Paul, who did this. He made sure that we just don't have the seriousness like every time we are coming, we are qualifying for World Championships and the Olympics. We can always have people running these other events, you know. We need to have that fun bit of it. And I see athletes are up for it, by the way. They seem excited.
Next time we can have mixed relays.
Yeah, sure. And we are coming. I think we are with the right person. Polo will help us get there, have the mixed release as well. Yeah, you see, for you say at the Olympics, the mixed relay was the best thing. People enjoy it so much.
The winnings are the main event.
It's nice, you know.
It's fun.
There's this guy running among his women, and he hits.
He's so good.
And then the next time he gives a woman, and these guys give to men. And then they close the gap. It's nice. It's too nice.
Actually, watch out for Coach Brad's team. Coach Brad's team is still there. Has the Jacintas, not Nyamahunge. The other Jacinta, some young girl who is a good 400 meter runner, but a potential 400 meter runner. Katusabe Jacinta, if I can get the name right. Yeah. So those ones should be very good. They should do very well. Actually, Mildred Gamba is not running with the Nyamahunges, according to what I'm hearing, because it seems police has made their own team as police, and prisons has made its own team as prisons. No, she's not part. So she made team 1. She called it team 1, I think.
Okay, so the imbalance is gone.
I hope so.
Still,
I need to first look on which staggers these people are.
Still, there police takes advantage because Namboole is in police, Shida Leni police, and Emily Nanziri police. And when you look at all these,
and Banura Morin.
Banura Morin.
Surely you can't beat them.
You cannot beat
That's
them.
another national team as well.
That's another national team. Yeah, sure. You look at Banura Banura gives to Namahunge gives to Emily. I mean to Shida gives to Emily. Technically it becomes it is finished. Anyway, running is running.
No, Gamba is running for police. Correction. Gamba has put on ranks on herself, so she's running for police as well.
Oh, okay. Anyway, she has been in the police circle, so maybe probably.
she's a police officer by default. By default, so we can understand. Yeah, so.
Some of us are Olympians by default.
Exactly. Man. Yeah, so this is going to be exciting, a very fun event. Benson and Tassis, you've missed this. Perhaps we could have taken each other on this one. So the order for team police will be made with Gamba will start. Run the 100 meters, give to Nyamahunge. Jacent who runs 200 meters. Then Shidaleni runs 300 meters. Emily Nanziri will run the 400 meters.
This is all well and good until it comes to the handoffs.
Emily Nanziri had gone into rugby. How did that fare?
She's still there. She's doing rugby as well as track. She told me this is her last year on track as well. So the national champs, or if she goes for Commonwealth, something like that, that would be her last race.
Talking of rugby, I think I don't think there's an age limit for it because it is a teamwork. I think she can still be doing something in rugby because
she's actually very resourceful, especially in the sevens. In the sevens, she really makes strides in the sevens. Whenever if you watch her in the sevens, she's untouchable because you see people just touch her shots and she's moving off because there's space for her to run. Apart from the 15s where there's no much space for her to pass through. So here we go for the mid-lay release women. I think if we have release for every trial, whatever it is, mixed or normal release or mid-lay release, it would be very exciting to finish, for the athletes to wait and finish the Mildred didn't hear the gun. Yeah.
But she's catching up.
Perhaps she's lacking some sharpness because it's her first race of the season. But she didn't give up, she moved on. But she's giving Nyamahunge Jacent, who's going to correct all the mistakes, hopefully.
Remember what we said, running is running, so it's never a sure deal. Yeah?
It's never a sure deal.
Yeah. This is another 200 meters.
Yeah. Yes, now they're running the 200 meters. Now they are giving, athletes are going to run the 300 meters.
Now, technically, Namahunge should have stepped in line. She joined line one. She shouldn't have.
No, they do.
Once
you cross here, because they start on 200 meter staggers. That's Shidaleni, who's running the 300 meters. So police is now giving Emily Nanziri. You can understand that why we say this is a national team.
Going to run.
But Mildred seems very tired. She's even bending down. That's very interesting to see. You see Coach Brad's team in second position. Yeah? These ones are going to be future. They are the future. They are the future of the sport. So Emily Nanziri takes on the baton.
It's 400.
This is the last now, 400 meters. Oh. Police, then Coach Brad's team in second, Prisons in third. Apollote Margaret in third for Uganda Prisons. What do you have to say?
Yeah. She's actually doing well. She's one of the people that I believe she's a strong-hearted lady. She's always there whenever. She actually does a good work for Prisons, man. She has been running. She doesn't give up. And you would see few athletes sometimes turn up, but she's always there.
She's resilient. Here comes Emily Nanziri to finish up the race. She's moving well. Yeah. Wow. That's police team taking on the first position.
Right now.
Is it Narinya taking on the second position? Prisons comes third. probably this one's the fourth and fifth secondary schools that have come up here.
As we talk now, right now, Emily is being managed by Godwin, and at the same time he's the personal coach for Emily. So I'm pretty sure he must be very happy looking at his athletes doing it down there. And we hope he will improve more. I mean, he will make someone else.
Yeah, hopefully she'll get better. She's been sick for a while. Like, she was down. She's just getting back. I know she's happy for whatever she ran today. It's good she has opened with the relay and the 200 meters where she came third. So really, it's good for her to start up there. We are looking up to the season. Hope the targets will be achieved. So we have the men. The men seem a bigger team. Could be a full boat because you know the men are more interested in the relays than the women here. So let's see how they are arranged. But assured we shall expect prisons in, police in, and the secondary schools, the schools especially.
I wonder if Gulu has a team.
Adds Gulu cannot miss. Gulu had very many sprinters, so they can't miss this really. Today Gulu has had very many sprinters here, so we are sure Gulu has a team, and they are going to put up a very big performance today. Their sprinters were performing well today. I will be excited to see Gulu take it. After when I say taking it is from position number 2. Of course, I expect police to take it.
Yeah.
Because
no, not really, but sometimes it's good to go with the facts. You know.
You see?
Oh.
Yeah, so no.
Not really, but
It's the truth.
It's the truth. We would see it from what
the strength of the teams. Yeah, you can tell. But Prisons has a very, very strong team.
Yeah, actually, here Prisons have high chances
of taking it. Prisons. Adoli, Haron, we have. Chenengo
down there.
Chenengo, then we have Musa Isabire.
Prison is taking it.
Very strong team. And their border.
Isabire Musa there.
Isabire Musa, Aboda, Chenengo, and Aaron.
Prison has high chances of police.
Prisons can be actually a mini national team. Now that's why we can. But no, police has no team.
Police has no team.
Police has not fielded a team.
Police has not fielded a team.
No, it hasn't.
For prisons,
the ladies have more teams than the men. It's never happened.
One of the best analysis of sports is here.
I see Ochilaji Pius in there. He's going to take on the 400 meters. Big man himself, senior journalist, Alan Darren Cheyune.
Senior journalist. Yes, it's a big thing. Seeing him, Alan, here. Alan, you're welcome. You're very much welcome, Alan.
Thank you. Thank you. A very good afternoon. It's been quite a hot day. Yeah.
Yeah, Darren will be coming back to us in a while. We have Aaron from Uganda prison. Someone pulled the muscle here, was running, so one team is off. So we have Aaron moving on for Uganda prisons. He's doing the 300 Nengo. So you kind of can tell what we're telling you, that the prisons are unbeatable.
Yeah, they have a very good team.
It's very good to see Aaron back after a long and multiple injuries that he suffered. So it's very interesting to see him running like this. Yeah, he hands over the baton to Chenwengo, who's going to take on the last.
Aaron, I think Aaron should concentrate in 400 because 2 days back I was discussing with someone. He was trying to change from 400 to 200, but I think it's not a right decision for him.
Yeah. His height cannot allow him to run that curve very fast, the 200-meter curve. Yeah, it's good to see Ochilaji Pius take on the mantle. He should be part of our team, by the way, for retirement. He has never retired officially. Yeah. So one team had an athlete who pulled a muscle before reaching the other, so really they pulled out. So we see Chenwengo coming onto the finish line. This could be a national record, by the way, because this has never happened. Yeah, this is a national record. So they'll hold the national record probably if it's approved until police comes.
Until police comes and change the tables down.
I'm happy to see Ochilaji Pius coming to finish. Ochilaji Pius is
maintaining the pace.
Yeah, he's maintaining the pace. He's a coach now, but we want him to tell us if he has retired or not now. So well done, Ochilaji Pius. So that has been it for the day. Thank you very much for being our guests today. I will look forward to being with you more in the upcoming events. We have the next trial will be on 19th of March 2022. So we hope to see you then. Thank you very much. We have been myself, Godwin, and Ali Ngaimoko, the proprietor Lactic Sports.
Thank you very much. I can't let this go before Alan Darren Cherne saying something hi to his people. See, he's one person who knows athletics. When you follow Alan Darren Cherne, you know athletics. That guy knows all the athletes from local to international. He's one of people who actually can analyze for you race before it takes place. He knows Joshua, he knows Halima, he knows Ali, he knows even Godwin. He knows when national record is going to happen. I think tomorrow, the France thing, maybe he can say something out briefly, much as you're closing. Darren, you're welcome.
Thank you once again. Hi guys, everyone watching from Uganda and across the globe. Happy to be here. Quite thrilling to have athletics staged in Namboole after quite a long while. It's a period of about 6 months after the Olympic Games, and we are back into the thick of it. Some interesting races. I believe the juniors have lit up the day, seeing Daniel Kibet qualify for the World Under-20 Championships after winning the 5,000 meters. Having watched him last year in Nairobi, finishing 8th in the 3,000 meter final, and now going for the 5K. He looks a more solid runner, broke away after 7 laps. But besides seeing Halima get set for the World Indoor Championships, I think is also another big pointer. Not to forget Ronald Musagala returning for the first time in competitive athletics since Tokyo, when he was taken off the brown tartan on a wheelchair. So to see him compete today in the 800 meters, his older race, I think is something that is quite big. But more importantly, there is hope for more sprinters to qualify, not only for the Africa Senior Championships, but also the Commonwealth Games and the World Championships. It's a bumper ride for athletics over the next 4, 5, 6 months, perhaps until when the year wraps up with the World Half Marathon Championships in Yangzhou, China. Thank you. I think if I had the mantle for Uganda Athletics Federation, the first and foremost, I think we would need to improve the atmosphere here. It's just a handful of people who come to watch these athletics events, but you can grow them in a smart way, simply by attracting schools that compete in these championships. If you've got schools from Iganga, from Jinja, from you can talk of the Nali Nyalwantale that had 2 girls compete in the 800 meters, schools like Bombo SS that are regular participants in these championships, the army schools, so organizations like prisons, police, Uganda Wildlife Authority. If you'd ask the police sports department to send maybe about 100 police constables to come watch, send the army sends maybe another 200, then the schools, you ask every school, maybe about primary schools, about 20 of them to send 50 kids each. That would grow numbers to about an audience of about 3,000, 4,000 people on a day like this. The cheering, the atmosphere should inevitably push the runners competing here to trim off a few seconds of the times they do, because if any have just fallen out of the qualifying standards, perhaps we need to improve the atmosphere. And normally once you get numbers, runners, the youngsters, the kids from primary and secondary schools watch this, if you bring them in their teenage ages here via school bus, perhaps someday when they get into a corporate office, they'll find their way here on their own. So inevitably you grow an audience other than having fellow competitors cheering on competitors. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that they can improve. Inevitably all the other things grow in a nutshell. Television, broadcast, the sponsorships, the quality of competitions. That's why you find many Ugandan athletes yearn to run in front of the crowds in next door in Nairobi, Kenya, because of the numbers. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan Daranje. We believe in you so much, and some of us who always been watching you, and the way you analyze things, it gives us hope, and we always have hope in you. Like you analyze stuff, like right now, whatever you are saying. If you ask Darren what is going to happen tomorrow in whatever Joshua is going to do, he will be 98% on what will happen. I can confirm to you this. He said things before Joshua went to Olympic Games, and the result was exactly what he said. So I believe in him. He's one of the guys who motivate our athletes, and he's one of the guys who actually advise like an old man. When you look at him, he's a young man, but whatever he says, I think God has given him something very unique in him. Alan, thank you very much for coming around. You have made our day. Sure. I don't know. I don't know which name I should probably give him, but this guy, he's something else. I finished before him. Before he finished university, I went with him for some trip. This guy analyzed things. I knew this is something else coming up, but a few years down on the road, he is now the man to talk about. He is the man to analyze, actually, not only athletics. He's a different guy altogether, I should say that. Alan, thank you very much. I would always want to see you around whenever we have a...
We have, since last season, been doing this live stream just to try and grow the sport a little more.
Alan, thank you very much.
The sport will grow.
We don't do it for commercial basis yet. Just
The sport will grow inevitably. Some more work to do, but the sport will grow. At least there are baby steps taken.
Yeah, next time or not?
I can't guarantee owing to the schedules, but certainly I should be within the vicinity.
But every time we have national trials.
Sure, I may pass by and be part of it. Absolutely. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you very much, Alan. All right. I think we are coming to the close of the whole thing. It has been me, Ali, Director Lactic Sports. I want to appreciate and I want to thank the team that I have been working with, Mr. Francisco. I normally call him Francisco, but he's called Mr. Francis. Our name we have given him, part of the car, the team of the car. I really enjoy working with this guy, and as a federation, we need to thank him for all the initiative he's putting in. He's one person who actually motivates us and who came up with this idea that we should do what we were supposed to do. And I want to take opportunity also to thank the Federation for taking it up and making sure things are running. And I want to also thank my technical team, Mr. James right here with me, and Alfred. These are people actually who is making all these things to work. For you may not see them, and whatever we are saying here, it is them cooking the food in the kitchen. Guys, thank you very much. We give you big applause for whatever you are doing. We hope to generate it more better in the next future. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now.